Welcome race fans to Flamboro Speedway, where tonight the APC Series races round 5 of their 2023 season. The London Recreational Racing 100 and the Quick Wick Superstocks are on the card for the Quick Wick 50. Going to be a great night of racing. We come into this evening, the top 5 in APC late model standings are separated by just 6 points. The Superstock standings are just as close. Flamboro Speedway is a tough racetrack to come to for a lot of these drivers. It's one that they circle on their calendars, but not necessarily for the right reasons. This is a bull ring. It is tough to get around, and with the handicap that APC uses, if you're at the top of the point standings, you're going to start right in the middle of this hornet's nest tonight, and you'll be able to see all of it here on G-Force TV.
Guys, I'm standing by here with the most recent winner on the tour, Jake Sheridan. Jake, you know, that win, what does it do for your confidence coming into a tough place here like Flamboro tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't been the strongest here at Flamboro this year, so we've had some success here in the past. We just got to kind of find that again. So obviously, great to come up with a win like that. It's pretty exciting. And to have 2 weeks to enjoy it's pretty cool. You usually only get 1 week to be on top, so 2 weeks is pretty awesome. And, you know, this is right back to reality here, though, today. So a lot of really, really fast cars here. JR is fast again, and a 54 car is fast again. So we got a decent piece. We were decent in practice. We're just struggling to find that long run speed. So last race here, this played out a little different. We had a green flag run for the whole race. So I don't really expect that today. So we'll kind of change car a little bit, and hopefully it works in our favor.
Right on. We saw a very clean race, as Jake said here last time, guys. I don't think it'll be that smooth tonight, but hopefully it is for these teams. And good luck to Jake here tonight.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
We're here at London Recreational Racing 100 with 2020 Series champ Joe Lawrence, new sponsor on this hot rod, and you are leading the points coming into tonight.
Yeah, I've been told by quite a few people that. I'm not really concerned about it. It's still a lot of racing left to do, so we're here to try and win and put this car in victory lane for our sponsors.
And tell us about tonight. The 4 guys behind you, they've all been to victory lane. What's it going to take for you to get there for the first time in 2023?
I'm still trying to figure that out, apparently. I feel like I've been really, really close the last 2 races. Just couldn't quite get it done. So, you know, we're just working on more speed in the car. Just got to keep trying and trying to find more speed, new stuff to try, keep on top of things. That's what all those guys are doing. So you got to just keep going if you want to be the best.
First few weeks of the season, this car was black. Got some logos on it now. Yeah,
it definitely stands out now. That was the main complaint for most people, where that it needs some more color. So thankfully, Great Lakes Concrete, Paragon came on board here, really added some color. Looks awesome on track, and I got to thank those guys for their support, and really excited to see what we can do with the rest of the season with them.
So far, it's been 4 races and 4 faces in victory lane in 2023. We'll see if Joe Lawrence can make it the 5th face tonight.
When we come back, it's time to go qualifying with the APC Series.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
"Goodbye, you piece of shit. Let's take it to TKC."
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of shit to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
Yahoo!
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
For over 100 years, our company has been unique. a world leader in high-precision products, fully committed to energy efficiency and friction reduction. Today is the day to start a new chapter, a new step of our company. Today is the day to share our vision, our contribution, our identity. At the heart of our DNA, there is a name: Namerica. We are NTN, and we make the world Namerica. We are all together. We design precision engineering. We believe in a fluid, mobile, and harmonious society. We build positive mobility. We are NTN, and with willingness, conviction, and humility, we make the world Namerica.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway for the London Recreational Racing 100 for the APC late models, and the Quick Wick 50 for the Quick Wick Super Stocks tonight, as well as the TQ Midgets being on the card. I'm Adam Ross. Joining me, as always, for these races is Jamie Maudsley, Kevin Small, track announcer here at Flamboro Speedway, and Clinton Jeffrey is roaming the infield. And fellas, we got to find something for Clinton to do. I mean, last time, if the whole race went green flag, he didn't pull his weight.
He get his feet up somewhere in the infield, maybe a Mai Tai or margarita involved, but I think they're going to make him work tonight. We've been talking about, like, this is historically a bull ring, Adam. This is a tough racetrack with usually a lot of cautions when we come here, and we've talked about the Super Stocks the last 2 years. Not a single caution among their two features, and the last time we were here with the late models back in June, no cautions as well. So is tonight the night things get a little spicy? Only time will tell, but and again, these guys got to, they still got a lot more races left to go this summer, so got to keep the heads on straight. But we'll see what happens here tonight. Should be good action right from top to bottom.
They can do it. They can do 100 laps without a yellow flag, but it's not expected ever in short track late model racing, right? And even APC, they come out, if you qualify in the top 10, you qualify for the invert. And they do the inversion. They reward drivers that have been here for all the races. So they invert, say, Joe Lawrence comes in as the points leader. So if he qualifies in the top 10, he would start no better than 10th until you throw in drivers without perfect attendance. A driver like Trayton Lapsevich, just as an example tonight. So that would move him up to 9th, move Joe Lawrence up to 9th, because Trayton, being a part-timer, would slot in that 10th spot if he time trials in the top 10. But that invert is even designed for at least one yellow flag during the race. It's tough to go from 10th to 1st here at Flamboro Speedway in 100 green flag laps.
It was funny. We were talking about the invert over in the pits with one of the drivers earlier today, and he said, well, what's the incentive then? I said, well, you got to be in the top 10. Like, you have to be in the top 10 to be part of that invert. Plus, you get $500 for setting the fast time. Well, all of a sudden, the driver went, yeah, that's why we qualify as fast as we can. It's the $500 that's up for grabs, too, in Epic Pole qualifying.
Well, it's even richer this week because Mike Schmidt from London Recreational Racing has thrown in another $500 for both the Quick Wick Super Stocks and the APC late models. We're about to find out who's going to get the job done. Group number 1 of qualifying led out by the driver from Orangeville, the stage it was styled Just Foam at Spira Fire Protection number 18 of Cole Quinton. The 02 from St. George, the Hearth and Home Fleming Auto 02, it's Mark Burbridge. His brother's right behind him from Brantford, the West Brant Window World Scott's Auto Body Repair number 2 of Rick Burbridge. In the 79 from Fraserville, the custom forming 79, it's James Horner. I don't think Horner was anticipating coming to this race, but got rained out last night. Thought I got to get my fix this weekend, so he brought that car down. He had some decent speed at Peterborough the last race we were there.
Horner's one of those guys. He just sneaks up on you every once in a while. You look and he's running up there close to the top 5. So we'll see what he can do here as qualifying now underway. There you see Burbridge down the backstretch in the Blue Deuce.
The goal is to get into the 14-second bracket, and I don't know if anybody is going to, but Kyle Steckley has done it. He's been fast qualifier here a couple of times in the 22. Right now, Rick Burbridge sets the pace with a 15.843, but Cole Quinton just knocked that off.
Track record's a 14.855. Brandon Watson, how about this? A track record that has stood for over 5 years now. We got to go all the way back to June of 2018 for that hot lap out of the driver from Stainer, Brandon Watson.
That's pretty impressive. Cole Quinton still maintaining the top speed. Now James Horner jumps up with a 15.410. White flag flies for Cole Quinton. He gets back to the top with a 15.402.
There you see Horner off turn 4. He's going to take the white flag this time by in that 79, and now to the line for the final time will come Ontario's fastest ginger, Cole Quinton, in the stage with style 18.
15.380, but he wasn't at the top long. Mark Burbridge knocks him off with a 15.345, and now James Horner with a 15.339. So those 4 cars separated by 5/100ths of a second.
Horner, Burbridge, Cole Quinton, and then Rick Burbridge, your top 4 there. You get a shot of the Spire Fire Protection stage with style 18 of Cole Quinton. He's been running here weekly. This is his second APC start. Got his feet wet back in June. They really struggled with the setup of the car that night. And, of course, having no cautions, no chances to make any changes. They think they've got it better here this time around. He's had a bunch of races in between to get that car dialed in. We'll see how the 18 does tonight.
Leading out this group of 4 is a driver doing double duty tonight from Drumbo, the London Recreational Racing Route 19 Auto Parts 2-Speed Motorsports 89C of Sean Chenoweth. The 97 comes from Cambridge, the Polar Blair Motorsports Rymat Mini Storage Shaw Motorsports number 97, the Polar Blair Blair Wicket. The 94 is from Pickering, the Real Landscaping Plus Langeal Metal Recycling 94, it's Corey Luciano. And rounding out the field, a driver who took a hard hit in the last race at Delaware Speedway. From Dundas, the SDR Seating, AJ&J Furniture Inc., number 74 of Eric Della Riva.
Yeah, Della Riva had a tire go down off turn 2 at Delaware Speedway, hit the inside wall back Canada Day weekend. You see that SDR Seating entry right there, working into turns 3 and 4. And they are going to be on the clock. Green is out.
That was an unceremonious thud, that shot to the inside wall.
He hit hard, definitely not what they were looking at. It was just a tough night for Shaw Motorsports. They brought 3 cars, and I don't think they finished but 20-25 laps altogether. It was a tough one.
Well, Blair Wicket is looking for revenge. He did not get to the green flag. They had ignition troubles. Let's see, they're still haven't broken into the top 4 just yet, but I think this next lap they're going to start to see some quick times.
Of course, Wicked, a pole sitter here at Sunset earlier on this year. Event number 1. He suffered a flat tire early, got 5 laps down, but was one of the fastest cars on the track all night long. Pole sitter here at Flamboro last year before breaking a drive shaft early in the night, so we'll see what that 97 can do here. And he's up to P2.
New P2, exact tie with James Horner, a 15.339. Checkered flag is out. Sean Chenoweth will be the first across the line. New fast time. Didn't last long. Blair Wicket knocks him off. Corey Luciano is down in the 6th position. Eric Della Riva jumps up to 5th, but with a 15.313 second lap. The Polar Blair Wicket, jumps up to the top of the chart. He is just 2/100ths of a second faster than Sean Chenoweth. James Horner is a few 1,000ths of a second slower than that, so this is a tightly bunched group, folks.
You look back and you try to figure out how Brandon Watson ran half a second faster than this 5 years ago.
You know, you mentioned it. Weather has a lot to do with it. The rubber on the racetrack, there's a lot goes into it. These cars just keep getting faster and faster. Up next, leading the way from Dorchester, the APC Auto Parts Center's Canusa Automotive Warehousing number 3, it's Shea Gemmel. In the 78, the Great Lakes Concrete Captain Crisp, sponsored by Mom, number 78, it's Joe Lawrence. Once again, behind the wheel of the 41, the HumberviewParts.ca machine from Grimsby, it's Trayton Lapsevich. And in the 10 from Southampton, the Tom Gibbons Concrete Finishing Graham Family CarQuest number 10, it's Tom Gibbons.
Well, Tom Gibbons comes in tonight 6th in points. There you see that beautiful Graham Family CarQuest 10 machine. Always a meticulously prepared car.
He's had a lot of speed this year in that 10 machine. As Shea Gemmel coming down to take the green flag, you saw that car is still not quite responding the way he wants it to. It pushed way up the racetrack in 3 and 4, but they have to build up speed to get the air pressures built up in these tires to where they're optimal performance, and it will take usually 3 to 4 laps. I say usually because someone like J.R. Fitzpatrick comes out and lays down a big lap on his first attempt, but we have yet to see him out on the racetrack.
So far, all the cars that took time before this group, all 8 of them, fastest lap on lap 5, every single one.
And if you remember our last race at Delaware, it was all over the board.
Yes. Lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, some lap 5. It's been pretty consistent here today. And first one to move up onto the board, Shea Gemmel up to P3. There you see Joe Lawrence in the 78.
Tom Gibbons up to P2 in that number 10. The white flag flies for Shea Gemmel. New fast time, 15.227 for Shea Gemmel. Joe Lawrence up to P2. Trayton Lapsevich to P3. Checkered flag gonna fly. Shea Gemmel goes slower on his 5th lap. Joe Lawrence goes a little bit quicker than Tom Gibbons. Trayton Lapsevich back in the 4th spot. So Shea Gemmel with a lap of 15.227. In that 3 machine has the fastest lap. The 78 of Joe Lawrence 2nd, the 10 of Tom Gibbons 3rd, the 41 of Trayton Lapsevich 4th, and the 97 Blair Wicket is 5th.
So Shea obviously cut his teeth at Delaware Speedway, growing up just outside of London, but ever since he started a late model racing, they've been coming here a lot. You know, he really likes this place, and winner of their Triple Crown here last year. So Shea Gemmel has had plenty of good runs, plenty of wins here at Flamboro Speedway. No surprise to see him at the top of the board so far here tonight.
No surprise at all. Here's a driver who had some speed in practice today. He's getting better and better. The 97D is from Guelph, the Hudco Electric Supply, Bremner Construction, MRC Wireless 97 of Tyler DiVincenzo. Behind him, another driver doing double duty. He's running the TQ Midget and the late model here tonight. From Guelph, the Burn Workwear PV Mart Epic Racewear 72 of Junior Farley. In the 17 from Chesley, the Ridgeline APC Farrier Contracting sponsor number 17 of Josh Stoddy. And last but not least, in the 22 out of Bell River, the FCF Custom Fab, Rosati Construction, Integrity Tool and Mold 22, it's Chase Pinsino.
Pinsino have been running 2 programs this year, running both late model and the Super Stock. My understanding is now they've shelved that Super Stock program. Just going to concentrate on the late model for the driver out of Bell River. As you see, Junior Farley, first car on the clock in that beautiful PV Mart number 72.
That is a great looking race car.
Always brings great race cars to the track. Always with that 72 styled after Junior Hamley's number.
And now we wait. Who will crack into the top 10 first?
Right now, Cole Quinton on the bubble in 10th. And Stoddy to P10.
And Stoddy is using every inch of that racetrack. Tyler DiVincenzo up to P5 in the 97D.
Della Riva on the bubble right now. Then Mark Burbridge.
Chase Pinson to 4th. DiVincenzo to P2. Junior Farley cracks into the top 10.
How about this? James Horner's going to cement himself in the top 10.
Not so fast. Tyler DiVincenzo to P2. Junior Farley to P4.
Corrected myself. I thought Farley was in, but he is in now. Just bumps Horner out of the top 10.
New fast time, it's Josh Stoddy with a 15.177. Well, we mentioned we thought it was going to require a 14-second lap. Maybe not quite that quick, but with 4 cars still to come, I would not rule it out, knowing the drivers that are about to come onto the racetrack now. The final 4. Leading the way out of Cambridge, the 84 machine, Cambridge Rigging Transaxle H2 Go Mobile Wash. Meineke number 84 is J.R. Fitzpatrick. 22 is from Milverton, the Pennzoil APC Auto Parts Center's number 22. It's Kyle Steckley. The next driver's got some fast times here before at Flamboro Speedway. The North Country Property Maintenance B&W Enterprises number 54 from Orono. It's Danny Benedict. And the 52 from Mount Bridges, Pride Seeds, Reynolds Trucking Service, Vibrant Farms, Cameron Crane 52 is Jake Sheridan.
He's obviously the fastest 4 drivers from practice, and ironically enough, Adam, our 4 previous weight race winners. So these guys showing why they are championship contenders right now. Again, as you spoke earlier tonight, 5 drivers separated by just 6 points. The other driver not in this group right now, Joe Lawrence, who is your point leader, but this is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the standings.
J.R. Fitzpatrick takes the green flag. We're underway in this last qualifying group for the APC late models.
Sean Chenoweth, Blair Wickett, Trayton Lapsovich, and Tom Gibbons in those 4 bubble spots.
It's tough to imagine a world where they're going to remain in the top 10. This is the cream of the crop right here out on the racetrack, and I expect starting with this lap, we might see J.R. Fitzpatrick start knocking some drivers off. Nope, not good enough for the top 10 just yet.
Steckley just went 9th. Sheridan 9th.
Danny Benedict up to the 4th spot in that 54 machine. J.R. Fitzpatrick moves into the top 10. Kyle Steckley to P2. New fast time, it's Jake Sheridan in the 52 with a 15.163. J.R. Fitzpatrick up to 4th. He's on his last lap.
All 4 drivers bumped their way into the top 10. Joe Lawrence will survive in 10th.
Danny Benedict with the new fast time, 15.062. Can Kyle Steckley knock him off? No, 15.154 for Steckley. Benedict loses a little bit of time on that final lap, and so does Jake Sheridan. But that will do it for Epic Racewear qualifying. It's Danny Benedict with a lap of 15.062 seconds with the fastest time here this evening. Jake Sheridan in the 52 is 2nd. The 84 of J.R. Fitzpatrick is 3rd. Kyle Steckley in the 22 is 4th. And Josh Stoddy in the 17 rounds out the top 5.
Shea Gemmell came home 6th. Tyler DiVincenzo in the 97D comes home 7th. 8th in qualifying, the 72 of Junior Farley. 9th, the 22P of Chase Pinsnow. And rounding out the top 10, your point leader, Joe Lawrence.
11th through 15th is Tom Gibbons in the 10, the 41 of Trayton Lapsovich. 97, Blair Wickett. 89C of Sean Chenoweth. And the 79 of James Horner.
Mark Burbridge in the 02 comes home 16th. Eric Della Riva times in 17th. Cole Quinton qualifies 18th. Corey Luciano in the 94 qualifies 19th. And Tail End Charlie in 20th, the Blue Deuce of Rick Burbridge.
Let us take a quick break here on GeForce TV, and when we come back, hopefully Clinton Jeffrey can catch up with our fast timer, and it'll be time to go racing with the Quick TQ Midgets. Their feature event is on deck.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on GeForce TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pesticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at GeForceTV.net and start watching today. The APC Series on GeForce TV is brought to you by Mighty Wipes, the strongest wipe around, and by NTN, delivering the ultimate bearing experience.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway. Clinton Jeffrey, what do you got?
Thanks a lot. We're standing by with Danny Benedict, the fast timer. Danny, you won race number 1 here. You got the epic race for a fast time award. That's always a good start to your night, man. But 100 laps here tonight. You picked up Mike Schmidt's extra $500, so a good payday for qualifying so far. How's your night gonna go, Danny?
Well, let's hope we can keep this up, man. It's been a great start. I can't thank Mike enough for supporting us and giving us a little bit of extra cash for the pole. You know, it's always awesome. To pick up another Epic Raceware pole award, man, says a lot about my team and this car, man. Graham Annis and all the boys at McCall Racing Enterprise certainly get this thing dialed in. So can't wait for the feature. I think we got a really balanced car. So, you know, it's Flamboro, it's tough. We're going to be starting a little bit deep, but, you know, hopefully we just keep the fenders on her and try to make our way to the front.
The one thing that you're worried about tonight, Danny, is?
I don't know if I'm worried about much. I mean, we are at Flamboro, so you never know which way it's going to go. It could be a rough race, could be a super clean race. So, you know, hopefully it's the latter, but we'll see. We just got to be patient and try to pick our way to the front.
Right on, guys. There he is here from Danny Benedict, tonight's Fast Time Award winner, and picked up $1,000 here for the Fast Time tonight. Good start to his evening.
Thanks so much, Clinton. It is time to say hello to the announcer from Flamboro Speedway, Kevin Small. Kevin, how's the season been?
So far, the season's been really good. We've had some good car counts and lots of divisions. We've Had some great racing here. You know, Flamboro Speedway, the 3rd mile bull ring, always presents a unique challenge for lots of different drivers, and we've had a lot of drivers come and test out the waters here with our weekly programs, and so far we've had some good racing, side-by-side racing. You know, there's a lot of people that think this is a really like a one-groove racetrack, but in all honesty, if you get out on the outside, keep that momentum up, is able to pinch the car on the bottom just a little bit, you never know what you can do on the outside, and it's always entertaining at Flamboro, and it's always great to have the APC late models here. And tonight we've got the Quick Super Stock, so it should be a fantastic show. And I think we're going to kick it off with the Quick Can-Am midgets, and it's always a fantastic show with them. They always put on a great show here at Flamboro Speedway.
A big fan following as well for the TQ midgets. They always have had a big following. But this is about as good as it gets, the show here with the late models, the super stocks, and we can see the midgets rolling out onto the racetrack now. Unfortunately, I don't think Lucas Smith would have been able to make repairs to that 18 car. I've been wrong before, but it seems to me he sent it into the wall awfully hard down there in turn 3.
Yeah, they've got him starting scratch here. We'll see if that 18 machine can make it out here. Like Adam said, heavy impact with that turn 3 wall in heat race number 2. Cars are coming onto the speedway here. We can kick things off with the lineup starting on the pole from Georgetown, Ontario in the Mapleview Tire Laurie Thomas Insurance entry. It's the 5 of Andrew Whelan. Starting in second from St. Clements, Ontario in the GPM Retail Design Group entry, it's the 11 of David Miller. Starting in third from Orangeville, Ontario in the Southfield Farms HMCW sponsored machine, it's the 57 of James Stanley. Starting in fourth at Hillsdale, Ontario in the Hahn Motorsports Chassis Works Knits by Britt entry, it's the 42 of Daniel Hahn. Starting in fifth, your point leader coming into tonight from Waterford, Ontario in the Creative Edge One Stop Lube sponsored machine, it's the 55 of Corey Whittam. Starting in sixth from Newmarket, Ontario in the Beatty's Distilleries Lloyd's Auto Truck and Clinic sponsored machine, it's the 7 of Jeff Blackburn. Starting in seventh, running double duty tonight out of Guelph, Ontario in the Burn Workwear PV Mart sponsored machine, it's the 72 of Junior Farley. Starting in eighth out of St. Catharines, Ontario in the Gear Co. sponsored machine, it's the 68 of Paul Jorgensen. Starting ninth out of Woodstock, Ontario in the Advantage Powder Coating sponsored machine, it's the 13 of Jaden Riddell. Starting 10th out of Brantford, Ontario in the JDL Distributing Cedar Springs Water Haulage sponsored machine, it's the 49 of Dominique Smith. Starting 11th out of Bellwood, Ontario in the Short Reed Auto Center sponsored machine, it's the 74 of Sherry Hogan. Starting 12th, hopefully making the call here out of Rockwood, Ontario in the Westwood Speed Shop Striker Chassis sponsored entry, it's the 91 of Mike Westwood. Starting in 13th out of Palmerston, Ontario in the Glenn Stiers Racing Stock 23 Epic Racewear sponsored machine, it's the 15 of Bob Bailey. Rounding out the field, if they can make the call from Brantford, Ontario in the Neely Auto Service Beaver Builder sponsored machine, it's the 18 of Lucas Smith.
So we are going to be without the 91 of Mike Westwood, a broken drive shaft. Broke a hind joint on the 4-link, and that took out the drive shaft on the 91 machine.
Yeah, a tough break for Mike Westwood and crew in that 91 car.
And then the Bob Bailey number 15, that wing looks an awful lot like Daniel Hahn's with some duct tape or some sort of tape on there to make a 15. His wing didn't survive the tip over down in turn 1 in their heat.
Looks like one of the coolest spectacles in racing is about to take place. Fans, grab your hats, grab your hands, grab all of your loved ones coming off of turn 4. This time around, the 4-wide salute for you, the fans, the Quick Wick Can-Am Midgets, presented by Miller Mobile Offices. You know, I've definitely thought about it. Sometimes, maybe we should just start them like this. What do you guys think?
Bad idea.
That's a bad idea.
That's a bad idea.
But it would be cool.
It sounds good.
I have never watched the green flag of the Little 500, have you?
I was there this year, yeah.
Is it gnarly?
It's pretty crazy, yeah. There's not a lot of room, a lot of give and take on that start. Now, this year there was a quick caution, so they they quickly drummed it back down to single file on the rest of the restarts.
While we've got the chance, we got to give our well wishes to someone who I believe's turned a lap in a TQ midget. I know his dad has, but Ryan Litt had a bad wreck at Berlin Speedway in a super modified and spent some time in the hospital, but he says nothing broken. He's just sore from head to toe.
I believe the other Canadian down there for that event, Mark Samet, came home 7th. So we wish Ryan Litt all the best. His recoveries.
Yeah, Berlin Speedway, man, you carry some speed at that place.
It's a nifty little joint. I believe they got their big, or was it last week or 2 weeks ago they had their big midweek show?
I'm not sure, because Berlin does one and Kalamazoo does one as well.
I think the Money in the Bank was a few weeks ago. I've watched a lot of laps since then.
I should know these things, yeah. Well, last night I watched the IWK 250. Real bummer that local driver Rick Spencer-Walt had problems and fell out of that race early. But I think the 50-50 draw at that race was upwards of $10,000.
I went to that, and no slight to the Ontario guys, but it's the biggest stock car race in Canada. Like 8,000 people strong. I got the opportunity to go with Joe Chisholm in 2014 and 15 or 15 and 16. And big shout out to Gary Elliott, our top finishing Ontario driver. I think a top 15 finish last night.
Green flag is in the air for the Quick Can-Am Midgets, and they are already side by side, 3 rows deep. The 11 of David Miller and the 57 of James Stanley knocking wheels side by side. The 55 of Corey Whittam in there as well. They're still side by side down off at turn number 2.
Whittam was victorious last time we were here as part of the APC show back in June. We'll see that 55 trying to roll the top and get some racing groove. He's definitely quick, just got nowhere to go with him stacked double wide in front of him.
Yeah, kind of in a bottleneck situation there. He's got the 42 of Daniel Hahn down to his inside as well. They're still 2x2 for 3 rows deep. They're going to start to sort themselves out here as the 57 of James Stanley is going to jump out in front of the 11 of David Miller. Stanley leads. Whittam now looking for second spot down off of turn number 2 once again. They're side by side for that third and fourth spot. Looks like maybe some problems with that 11 of David Miller as he's really off the pace here as he slots back in about the 6th position now. So it goes from 1st to 6th in about a lap and a half.
7 with the crazy dive bomb down there last time he would turn 3. Former champ peeking again on the bottom, sitting 5th right now. Working over Junior Farley in that 72.
5 laps in here. James Stanley in the 57's got about a 2 to 3 car length lead over the 55 of Whittam. Then it's another car length and a half back to the 42 of Daniel Hahn as they dive down into turns 3 and 4. Stanley still out front, leading the way, single file through it here as he works lap number 6.
See what Whittam can do. He's about 10 car lengths back right now, got his hands full with Daniel Hahn. Again, we saw how fast Whittam was back here in June when he went to victory lane while the APC series was here for their first of 2 visits. And that lead was 10 car lengths. It's been cut to 5. He's coming.
The battle is on here at the front of the field as the leaders dive back down into turns 1 and 2 here. Once again, these Quick Can-Am Midgets presented by Miller Mobile Offices. Definitely turning some quick lap times here, running about a 15:8:30 here right now. So quick lap times all the way around. Front 3 nose to tail here as they work lap number 9. Daniel Hahn in that 42 car really closing in on the 55 of Corey Whittam. Whittam maybe trying to see if he could set up the 57 of Stanley for a pass here, but those 3 cars separated by about a car length. Whittam now looking at the bottom, down into turn 1 and 2, but Stanley says no dice, and he's going to hold on and use that momentum up on the top side to hold off the 55 of Whittam for now, but Whittam definitely knows how to get around this 3rd mile Flamboro Speedway, so we'll see what they can do here as they continue to click laps off. 11 laps now in the books.
Whittam's got to go to the whip quick here because Daniel Hahn is knocking down that back door in the 42. That lead staying about 3-4 car lengths consistently between Stanley and Whittam right now. And if Whittam's going to make a challenge again, we are 13 laps left in this one. Almost halfway through our 25-lap distance, and it's been a dandy out front. Stanley, your leader. Whittam still second. Then you've got Hahn in third. Blackburn now up to fourth, your former champ in the seventh. He has cleared Junior Farley, but all eyes on that battle out front.
Yeah, the 7 of Jeff Blackburn has really closed the gap on the 42 of Daniel Hahn. He's gone from about 10 car lengths now to about 3, and he continues to close the gap here as he's trying to get sucked up on the back bumper of that 42 of Daniel Hahn. Hahn, though, trying to set his sights on the 55 of Whittam, but smooth sailing up the front of the field. The 57 of James Stanley continues to click laps off here and has that 57 car out front. Right now, he's got about a 4 or 5 car length lead over the 55 of Corey Whittam.
He's pretty comfortable there. You can see Whittam's car just getting loose off the corner. It has gotten away from him. He has his hands full fighting Tyler Hahn. You see there from the middle of, oh! That was close. They'll give Blackburn a chance to spin around the outside. Won't be able to get it done. Whittam got wicked loose off of turn 4 and almost cleaned out him and Hahn.
Yeah, Whittam got really loose off of turn 4. That got the 42 of Daniel Hahn. That's going to open up the door for the 7 of Jeff Blackburn now. He's going to sneak his nose to the outside. Maybe try a little bit of a crossover move here off of turn 2, but Blackburn tried to jump on that bit of misfortunate events here as those 3 drivers are really battling, but up front, the guy's grinning ear to ear seeing that battle happen behind him. The 57 of James Stanley as he's opened up almost about a half straightaway lead over the 55 of Corey Whittam, as he's going to be looking at 5 to go here this time by. 5 more trips around with the 57 of James Stanley. Works around the lap car of the 15 of Bob Bailey. And, Stanley putting 1 lap car in between him and the battle behind him. Now the battle's going to heat up. Daniel Hahn looking at the bottom in 3 and 4.
On to the inside. He's got the 55 of Whittam shoved up to the top group. Hahn is going to mosey on by. He'll take the silver medal spot for now, but meanwhile Stanley has got the sails in the air. Half a straightaway lead, and with 4 laps left to go, it's pretty safe at this point. Again, with that half a straightaway lead and about a mile and a third left. Nice move by the 42 of Hahn to climb up into second. There you see the battle for third down the backstretch. Again, Whittam still fighting that wicked loose condition off the corners, and it's given the 4th place man Blackburn a chance to challenge for this spot.
Blackburn this time going to look to the inside in turn 1 and 2, side by side. Down off of turn number 2, it's a drag race down the back straightaway. Blackburn's going to think better of it and slide back in line. White flag will fly. 1 more trip around for the 57 of Stanley. He's still got about a half straightaway lead over the 42 of Hahn. He navigates through turn 1 and 2 smoothly off of turn 3 and 4 for the final time. Double checkers in the air. Feature win goes to the 57 of James Stanley. Coming home in second, the 42 of Daniel Hahn. Third, the 55 of Corey Whittam. Fourth will be the 7 of Jeff Blackburn. And holding on to that top 5 spot was the 72 of Junior Farley.
I'll tell you, 55 Corey Whittam, he got his money's worth tonight. Almost got together with Hahn out of turn 4. And then him and the 7 late. But for Stanley, he just got that thing out in the open air and checked out once they got battling behind him. It was over.
Yeah, Stanley used that top 2nd spot to his advantage, jumped out to the race lead there early and just kind of never looked back. He opened up a couple car length lead and then grew and grew and grew as the race went on. He's going to put himself in victory lane here tonight at Flamboro Speedway.
Clinton Jeffrey will be down there to greet them for our TrueNorth.bet Victory Lane interviews as they get sorted out down there. That gives you a good look at Stanley getting unbuckled from his car. We'll send it down to Clinton Jeffrey where he'll take things over from there.
Thanks a lot, Adam. James Stanley down here getting his safety gear off. As you can see, and he'll step up through the top of the cage and work his way out. And not much room here as they have to shimmy down inside the roll cage here. But how about it, Flamboro? Big, quick, victory lane. Welcome for your winner tonight, the Can-Am TQ Midgets, James Stanley. He'll get in here with the crew and get ready and have a couple words. We'll get the helmet off and talk to him. James, what a good drive here tonight. You got to be real happy with the way this won. I mean, Corey Whittam has had them covered a lot here this year so far, but you got up and you had them covered. Congrats on a great run tonight.
Sure, when I seen him in second on the leaderboard that I was done for, I struggle here, but like last year I really struggled here. This year we've gotten a lot better with the help of Dan and JJ and Larry and everybody who helps me on this car, Southfield Farms, HMCW, FCR, Miller Office, BGF Ace Engines, Quick Fire Starters.
Good job, awesome run, congrats.
Thank you.
James Stanley gets it done, guys. Give us a second, we'll get in here with second and third.
A spirited battle, green to checkered, man. Those things turn laps in a big old hurry.
Well, pretty good run for you, Dan. You got to be pretty happy with the way this one, you know. Second is always a good time when you get up on the podium, but tonight you had a good run.
Yeah, I think we could have got a caution there. We had the car to beat. Sometimes it's not your night, and we need to learn not to drive the car straight to the wall and then off the wall and then into everybody else. But I just want to thank Miller Office Trails, Quick, HMCW, Han Motorsports, and It's by Brits, FCR, Terry, Kim for everything. I built that car, so I'm as happy as anybody right now that James just pulled that win off. I gave him a nice little donut on the door, so thanks everyone for coming out. I appreciate it. And you guys too, G-Force, thanks.
Right on, Daniel Hahn, second. We get over here with Corey Whittam, the guy who's been cleaning up a lot, Corey. You know, you've had some solid runs here, but tonight, these guys were talking just how loose this 55 was for us tonight.
Actually, it was tight. I couldn't get around the corner. I was just trying everything I could to keep up to Stanley there. Congrats to James. He did a great job keeping his lead. Congrats on Daniel for getting by me. Usually, yeah, I do got this place figured out, but tonight I had some struggling to do. So,
and there you have it from Corey Whittam, third place. Second tonight will be Daniel Hahn, and your winner, James Stanley, in the Can-Am TQ Midgets. That's all from Victory Lane here, Adam. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Clinton. TQ Midget portion of the card is complete. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be staging the super stocks on the front straightaway, getting ready for the Quick 50.
For over 100 years, our company has been unique, a world leader in high-precision products, fully committed to energy efficiency and friction reduction. Today is the day to start a new chapter, a new step of our company. Today is the day to share our vision, our contribution, our identity. At the heart of our DNA, there is a name: Namerica. We are NTN, and we make the world Namerica. We are all together. We design precision engineering. We believe in a fluid, mobile, and harmonious society. We build positive mobility. We are NTN, and with willingness, conviction, and humility, we make the world Namerica.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway, where you can see Victory Lane is clearing out. Looks like Sean Gibbs down there on the front straightaway, which means we're about to line cars up and get ready for some feature racing. Jamie, what is the Las Vegas odds? What's the over-under on the number of cautions in this Quick Wick feature event?
The Quick Wick event?
Yep.
According to history, the number's been set at 0.5.
We still...
Which way do you go? Where do you put money on?
This is our third Quick Wick Superstock race in the history of Flamboro Speedway. We are still looking for our first yellow flag.
And we can talk about it because we talked about it last year and it didn't happen.
Yeah, there's no jinx. I mean, 50 laps if you get a yellow, if you don't get a yellow. It's just pretty interesting to me that these drivers all play nicely. And let's be clear, on a regular Saturday night, they're just not drawing many Superstocks right now, even though they've got some phenomenal prizes up for grabs. A crate engine is up for grabs. Just anyone who runs. Kevin, is it perfect attendance?
80%.
80%. So the prizes are here, but we don't fill the grid like we do today with 16 cars.
Again, on the flip side, we've got 16 cars here today, Adam. Probably got 12 capable of winning, though, or maybe 10. You know, there are some good pieces of equipment here. You got Rick Verburn, who's got that car's won at Delaware Speedway before. It's a perfect white chassis, and he qualified 15th, 14th. So, it's a very competitive field of cars. We've seen two different winners this year. We still haven't seen Lane Zardo get to victory lane. We haven't seen Chase Pinsino, Sean Chenoweth, or Gord Shepard get to victory lane.
And even with the small numbers on the regular Saturday nights, they're fun races to watch. Kevin, the Superstocks, they battle it out. They rub fenders. They do everything you want a stock car to do.
You know, we only had a handful of cars, but when they go off, they run 15-lap feature events. Usually they're side by side for those whole 15 laps, and it's entertaining as anything. And the fans, they get their money's worth. One you want to keep an eye on, that 33 of Roy Wilkie. He's put that car in Quick Wick victory lane here a few times this season, and he's been one to beat here whenever anybody's come to challenge him. He's held them off, so definitely keep an eye on him, and it looks like he might be starting towards the front here, potentially up in that third spot. So it's always entertaining. The Superstocks are a super great class to have, and 16 of them, they're going to put on a heck of a show here at Flamboro tonight.
Interesting to see the 89C at Sean Chenoweth. A couple wins at Delaware Speedway earlier on this year, was close at Peterborough, was leading. And, of course, I think of all the guys on property here today, the two that have the most laps here at Flamboro are him and J.R. Fitzpatrick. So if you want to pick a favorite, that could be the guy, that 89C of Chenoweth, to get it done here tonight.
Well, I think you can't go wrong with that pick, but there's a lot of drivers, like you said, Jamie, that can get it done. And Lane Zardo, who would have thought, into the third round, he hasn't knocked off a win yet. I don't know, it's only two previous races, but he's just been a dominant force in recent years in Superstock racing.
And it's not like he hasn't been there. He's been competitive at both of them. The Canada Day race at Delaware Speedway on the Friday night, the top four cars really were running at the same time most of the feature. They just got spread out early with no yellows. And it was Carson Nagy, Lane Zardo, and Chenoweth that got all strung out. Pete Vanderwoest is just as quick, but he started at the back of the pack. By the time he got up to fifth, the front four had checked out.
Well, and that's the nature of this racing, right? When you don't get yellow flags, you can only get through traffic so quickly. You can only make moves. And, of all people, Lane Zardo will make the move if there's a move there to be made. But even still, if the racing is clean, by the time you get through the traffic, sometimes the leader's long gone.
Well, if you get through the traffic and now the guy in front of you is 4 seconds ahead, even if you're 0.2 of a second quicker than him, it's going to take you 20 laps to pick the time up.
Man, I love it when you bring math into it.
I kept my shoes and socks on and everything, carried the 4.
I noticed in the midget race you told us when there was 1.33 miles still to go. And I'm thinking, man, I carried the 1 and I was done. Mad respect for the mathing. So it looks like we've got most of the field down there on the front straightaway.
Dave Franks is here now, so we can start.
Yeah, you have to wait for the Dave Franks. I wonder what Clint's cooking up down there. He's doing something with the pace truck, looking kind of cool, leaning on the back of it. He's got something up his sleeve, I'm sure. He will have to let us know when the powers that be down there say it's okay. Oh, that's Dave Lloyd, too. Dave Lloyd from Quick-Wick. Give the crowd a wave, Dave. Great to see Dave out here, a supporter of lots of things in the motorsports community. You do see the Quick-Wick brand here and there, that's for sure. A lot of victory lanes around the province. In fact, let's go down to Clinton Jeffrey. He's with Dave Lloyd right now.
Dave, pretty cool to see you back here at the track. What a great series this has been. I mean, we've seen some amazing caution-free racing here at Flamboro. Maybe we get another one here tonight, but have you been impressed with how this Superstock series has come together?
You know, from a branding standpoint and a company relationship with a series, you couldn't ask for a better group of drivers. Every one of them right through the field, start to finish. Always shout out about Quick-Wick, thank us personally, social media-wise. I mean, we couldn't ask for a better partnership. We're really proud to be part of it.
You know, in our pre-race, I got to talk to Lane Zardo, and he started naming off all the drivers that could win. Garrett, Trevor, we went on and on. Jamie, this list goes on and on of guys that can win. Are you shocked at the amount of talent here? You know, we don't have 2 or 3 drivers that can do this. We got 10 who could win on any night.
Listen, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't even touch this series because there's guys that are sitting back there that can come through. There's guys that are sitting here that can take off and hide. But that never happens. I mean, it's a last 2 or 3 lap every feature, every race across the country in Ontario anyways. So, yeah, it's just really, it's exciting. It really is.
We'll let you get back to work. Dave's out here shaking hands and welcoming all the drivers. Thanks, Dave, for all you do for us.
Sean Gibbs down there posing for photographs. Or no, that's not Sean. That's bigger than Sean.
That's Daryl.
That's Daryl.
No bike today. He must be in the golf cart then.
I was gonna say that's a long. Even with legs as long as his, that's a long way to walk. Clinton, ask if we're ready to do starting lineups yet.
All right, you can go for it, Adam.
The Quick 50, it'll be 50 laps, and here's how they're going to line up starting from the back. On the outside of row number 8 from Stouffville, the Way Freight Services 905 Customs Lion X Newmarket Ford. Number 17, it's Garrett Teemersma. On the inside of the 8th row from Innisfil, the Guns Auto Service number 48X, Colton Everingham. Starting 14th from Hamilton, behind the wheel of the number 73 Alexander sponsored entry, it's Nick Troback. And to his inside from Stouffville, behind the wheel of the 49, it's Miles Tyson. Starting 12th, that car's out of Allenford, the Elmer's Flighting Supply number 30, Gord Shepard. Starting 11th from Otterville, the Spark Power Castrol Edge APC Auto Parts Center's number 88, Rick Verburn. Now, race fans, your top 10. Starting 10th from Cambridge, the London Recreational Racing number 13, Brad Collison. To his inside from Grimsby, the Ace Services number 12, Ryden Lapsevich. From Mount Hope, Ontario, the Queenston Chevrolet Buick GMC Fielding Estate Winery Pure Energy Dance Studio number 93, Carson Nagy. From Brampton, the Bester Forest Products, Leslie Ford, Shelby Roofing and Sheet Metal, number 36, it's the Thrillbilly, Lane Zardo. Starting 6th, from Elsa Craig, the Inventory Express Lubricants, Carter Trucking, Lux Homes, Ahmed Waka Chevrolet, number 1, Trevor Culver. Rolling off 5th from Drumbo, the London Recreational Racing number 89C, Sean Chenoweth. Row 2 on the outside from Mitchell, the APC Auto Parts Center's Mitchell Cycle Robson Scrap Metal number 07, Nick Ramsey. Starting 3rd from Southampton, the Canadian Crane Rentals number 33, Roy Wilkie. And your front row, starting on the outside of row number 1 from London, the Douglas Windows and Door, APC Auto Parts Center's Doctator Property Maintenance number 28, Ryan Dyson. And on the pole from Acton, the Stewart's Equipment, NRD Byproducts number 56, Brandon McFerrin. Race fans, that's your starting grid for the Quick Wick 50 for the Quick Wick Super Stocks. And to kick things off, I believe we're sending it down to Clinton Jeffrey, who's tracking down Dave Lloyd right now to give the most famous words in motorsports.
Well, race fans, are you ready for some Quick Wick Super Stock 50? Let's hear ya. Dave's going to turn us on. Ready, Dave? Give us the best.
Drivers, fire them up!
Laps the distance. It can happen in a hurry, but look at this field. We've got drivers all through this field who could get it done. We're going to go to our ones to watch, and we're going to start with the driver rolling off in the 3rd position from Drumbo, that beautiful 89C of Sean Chenoweth. The London Recreational Racing number 89C. The Transaxle Parts, 2-Speed Motorsports 89C. Of course, London Recreational Racing, a longtime partner of Sean Chenoweth. And the other one to watch, we're going all the way to the back of the field. The Way Freight number 17. He has had the kind of season that makes people retire. Garrett Teemersma, driver of that 17, Way Freight sponsored entry. I have never seen someone have the kind of problems that he has had.
The only thing I can relate it to, Danny Benedict 2 years ago.
Yeah, but at least Danny was crashes. Like,
but Danny didn't make it out of practice a couple days, though.
That's
you
true.
know? But Garrett Teemersma, they've had a lot of problems with the transmission, rear end, drive shaft, that whole powertrain assembly from the motor on back. They ended up breaking a motor. Of course, his problems with the 89C of Sean Chenoweth, well documented as well. So, I mean, it's been a roller coaster season. Honestly, I was just surprised to see Garrett Teemersma here today when I showed up. I mean, a lot of guys would have just packed it in and said, we're done for the year.
Exactly right. He is a trooper. So once again, let's have a look at our ones to watch. It'll be the 89C of Sean Chenoweth. Well, let's start with Garrett Teemersma. We're rolling off from the back, rolling off from 16th. Our Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet one to watch. If I'm a race fan, I want to watch Garrett try to work his way through this field from the back to the front. And, of course, the first one we mentioned, who was starting much further to the front, I think I said he's starting 3rd, but he's actually 5th, the 89C of Sean Chenoweth. You can't bet against Sean Chenoweth at Flamboro Speedway. It's actually against the rules.
And we're talking about Teemersma now. We've also talked a little bit about Gary Elliott earlier today. I believe it was a birthday in the Elliott family. Daughter Shirley had I believe the big 5-0.
You're a brave man.
Well, hey, you know what? Derek put it up on Facebook, so it's all. It was in the public long before I just said what I said.
Fair enough. Surely a fixture here at Flamboro Speedway for a long, long time. Of course, the entire Elliott family.
And there's the drivers on the wave lap right now. Giving the crowd a wave on the way by before we send them off for 50 laps.
Clinton Jeffrey, sometimes we don't get to you in these races. Have you got anything to add before we see the 1 to go signal and set this field loose?
Well, the weather has changed a little bit out here, guys. Clouds have started to roll in. The wind has picked up. Hopefully we can get these 2 events in before Mother Nature decides to come in, but it's cool. That may change the setup a little bit down here. Certainly not hot like it was earlier today.
You know, and that's a good point. The weather plays a big part, and as the sun starts to go down, that can play a big part on the handling of these race cars. But these super stocks are pretty durable machines, I like to think. Kevin, what are your thoughts? You've watched every race here at the racetrack this year.
It's going to be an interesting one. These super stocks, with those groove tires, sometimes they can get into the track a little bit differently than those slick tires do. And, sometimes you can make that outside lane to your advantage and sometimes you can't. So it'll be interesting to see what the drivers can do here. Always important. Track position is key here at Flamboro Speedway. So those drivers starting up front, they're in good shape. Like I said, our local driver, Roy Wilkie, definitely going to be one to watch starting in that 3rd spot. I'm ready to buckle in, and I think the fans are too. Lights are off on the Bennett GM Chevrolet Pace Truck. I think we're ready to go quick super stock racing.
50 laps for the quick super stocks. That is 16.66 miles, Adam. The 56 of McFerrin is going to lead them down. He's got Wilkie behind him. He's got Ryan Dyson beside him. Watch for Chenoweth in the 5-hole. Lane Zardo in the 7th slot. Green's out. We're off and running. Dyson hung a left. Tried to clear himself, but was not clear and just created a log jam.
You're not going to bully Roy Wilkie out of a spot. Ryan Dyson, the thought was there, but Roy Wilkie is super aggressive. I've watched him do it all season long here at Flamboro. So Dyson now working the outside of Sean Chenoweth. Right behind Chenoweth at 36, Elaine Zarda with a little puff of smoke out of that Bester Ford.
So the 36, the 1, the 93, all into each other's rear bumpers there with nowhere to go. Everybody keeps it straight. Now Dyson is kicked back to at least 4th spot. Make it 5th as Zardo salsas by on the inside.
Trevor Culver trying to get the nose to the inside of Ryan Dyson. He's going to do it. That's the battle for 5th spot now. So Ryan Dyson, after starting on the front row, has been knocked out of the top 5. There is a gap behind Carson Nagy in that 93 machine. If he checks up on the backstretch, get down to the inside. Don't want to leave that door open. Nick Ramsey, an aggressive driver. He'll take every opportunity he can get.
Ramsey was trying his best to get to Carson Nagy's rear bumper and keep Tyson on the outside. Now, Lane Zardo getting a little physical with the 89, and Chenoweth runs him right down the racetrack into turn 3.
Sean Chenoweth has gotten physical in every part of this racetrack over his long short track racing career. He knows all the tricks. He and Lane Zardo have had some fun battles to watch as Trevor Culver working the outside of that 36 machine. Now will try to shut the door on Carson Nagy, and he successfully does it.
Winner last time out, Canada Day weekend at Delaware, the 1 car of Trevor Culver. Comes into tonight 3rd in points, 11 points back of Carson Nagy. Lane Zardo comes into the mix tonight 2nd in points. He's sitting 4th as Chenoweth has now started to walk away from the 36.
We remember Brandon McFerrin came out at Peterborough and that car was slamming down so hard on the nose it actually knocked a hole in the oil pan, took him out of contention, and made a big mess on the racetrack that day. Things looking a lot better here tonight for Brandon McFerrin and that Stewart's Equipment number 56 as he leads the way over Roy Wilkie.
McFerrin, no stranger here to Flamboro Speedway. Got 3 car lengths over Roy Wilkie. Then it's about 5 car lengths back to Chenoweth, who just gets sideways off the nose of Zardo's car. Lane Zardo getting a little aggressive in that 36, and it's twofold. He wants to get by the 89, but he's got the 1 beating down the back door.
Little deeper in the field, Brad Collison working over the back end of Nick Troback in the 73. He'll look to the inside down into turn 3. The door gets slammed on him on corner entry. As you said, great battle here with Sean Chenoweth. Lane Zardo, Trevor Culver, Carson Nagy just behind them. So that trio of cars, I think, is about to become a fivesome.
Nagy, I wouldn't be surprised if Nagy and the 28 join them as well.
That's where the fivesome comes from. That was the fourth and the fifth of the.
Gotcha. You're teaching me the math now.
I try to keep mine simpler, though. There's no fractions.
Nagy, your winner, event number 1 of the season in Peterborough. In that Humberview Parts entry, as you see that battle for third. And, well, this is going on. They've sort of reeled Wilkie in, but at the same time, McFerrin has set sail out front about 10 car lengths over Wilkie.
Yeah, McFerrin's turning some pretty laps out there in the 56. He's got a lot of experience here at Flamboro Speedway. So he's looking good out in front. Trevor Culver, the other driver to take home a victory this year in the series. He's back there in the 5th spot in that number 1, but he's got some stout competition ahead of him.
And watching Garrett Tamirsma, he has picked up 3 spots from the back of the pack. Slowly making his way to the front, but still all eyes on this battle for third. It's been going on since the drop of the green. Chenoweth, Zardo, and the 1 of Culver.
Ford Shepard just slid past the 88 of Rick Verburn. Verburn giving some bumper to Shepard as they go into turn number 1. Deeper in the field, Miles Tyson gets to the inside of Nick Troback, but still, this battle with Roy Wilkie and Sean Chenoweth, we can't turn our attention from it as Chenoweth gets all shades of loose in turn 2.
Right behind that, Ryan Dyson, you can see in the top of the screen there, putting the heat on Carson Nagy. And here comes Chenoweth now. He's drawn alongside Wilkie. He's going to stuff it in on the bottom.
Yeah, Chenoweth made that hole there in turn 4. Gets to the inside. Roy Wilkie might be in trouble here for the next little while.
He's got Zardo lined up on the bottom, then Culver. 93 of Nagy, the 28 of Dyson. I bet you those two will call a truce for the time being and see if they can't get Wilkie to the shift to the top side. As you saw Zardo, some contact with Wilkie.
Carson Nagy to the inside of Trevor Culver down into 3. They're 2 wide, 2 rows deep. Lane Zardo gets around Roy Wilkie. Carson Nagy going to try to slip past Trevor Culver, and Ryan Dyson going to take advantage as well.
Good job by Dyson sticking the nose in the hole. Culver shuffled to the outside groove by Nagy. Nagy now up to P5. Your leader, McFerrin. Chenoweth, Zardo, Wilkie, Nagy, then Dyson and Culver.
20 laps complete in this quick 50, now 21 as Carson Nagy putting the pressure on Roy Wilkie. Something with Wilkie's car has just fallen off a little bit. He had good speed in that 33 machine, but now car's just not rotating the center of the turn as well as the competitors. Look at how much Sean Chenoweth and Lane Zardo have pulled away since they were able to clear that 33.
And now Nagy's got Wilkie tied up in the outside groove. The 93 machine waltzes on by on the bottom. We'll see if Dyson can capitalize on that as well. Can't quite for the time being.
No, he couldn't, but I think Wilkie is losing enough speed in the middle of the turn that Dyson's going to be able to poke a nose to the inside, whether it's in turn 1 and 2 here or down in 3 and 4 at the other end. He looks to the inside off of turn 2.
Dyson to the inside of Wilkie, down into 3. He'll work. Wilkie will give him a lane. Dyson will put that Douglas windows and doors entry on the bottom. Can't pull it off yet as Wilkie pinched him off the corner. Wilkie's still able to keep pinching him off the corner, keeping him down by keeping that right front of Dyson's right on that door.
Yeah, Wilkie's keeping him down on the flat of the racetrack. As they drove into turn 3 the last time, I thought that might have been the first yellow in the history of Flamboro Speedway in the Quick Superstock Series, but it wasn't to be.
They are going at it. They've been side by side for about 3 laps now. Dyson and Wilkie. This is all going on for 6th spot. Culver trying to figure out which one to follow.
Well, and Wilkie, with the advantage of racing here every week, he knows what that car's going to do. He's raced on every part of the racetrack, so he's able to race the outside lane with a lot of confidence. And Ryan Dyson, in fact, everybody who's out there racing, they've given a lot of respect to their fellow competitors.
Yeah, so far it's been all clean and green here tonight. We are in the second half of this one, so over 125 laps in history, all green flags here at Flamboro Speedway. And now you see Culver to the bottom. He's going to get Wilkie as well. 56 of McFerrin now into some lap traffic. He's got 2 lap cars and a straightaway between him and Chenoweth. As you see, Culver, some contact between him and Wilkie.
That exit of turn 2 wasn't as gentlemanly as most of the passes we've seen. Colton Everingham just stuck the biggest hand I've ever seen come out of a race car window to the inside to let Brandon McFerrin know, hey, pass me on the inside, I'll give you the lane. Very sportsmanlike gesture by Everingham.
Everingham, that Guns Auto Service number 48. Now you see Wilkie coming under fire from the 07 of Ramsey. And his problems the last few weeks, they said they got the whole car apart. Turned out the rear end was bent, as well as one of the spring pockets. That they figured the rear end was out a couple degrees, and that was leading to a lot of their problems the last few weeks. And it showed Ramsey in that 07 having definitely his best run of the season so far.
We're less than 20 laps to go, 32 laps complete just that time as Brandon McFerrin crossed the stripe. He's got a lead of a full straightaway over Sean Chenoweth. Chenoweth with Lane Zardo. Not far behind him in the 36 machine. Carson Nagy giving chase about 10 car lengths behind them. Nick Troback looks like his day is done. He's taken that 73 machine off into the pits.
And not only has Brandon McFerrin never won a quick race, Adam, he's really never been around sniffing victory at the end. So we could be looking at a first-time winner and definitely the best run by far that Brandon McFerrin has ever had in a quick super stock.
I have a feeling he'd have a pretty fun celebration too.
He works out of turn 4 into the stripe there. You see Wilkie right now currently holding up the 07 of Ramsey and the 12 of Ryden Lapsevich. Also the 30 of Shepard there, the 13 of Cullison, and here comes that 17 of Garrett Smearsma.
And it's the center of the corner for Roy Wilkie. That car just won't rotate the center. But it doesn't look like Nick Ramsey is much better. He's not able to stick the nose right on the left rear quarter panel like the other drivers were able to. So now Ryden Lapsevich is all stacked up behind the 07 of Ramsey, and Gord Shepard is closing in. That's a great 6-car battle coming down the back straightaway.
Well, it seems like whenever Ramsey gets the car cranked left enough to get a run on Wilkie, the back end slides out on him. He has got bigger problems, though, out the back door. It's Ryden Lapsevich in the 12th. He is putting the heat on Nick Ramsey. He'll bury the nose of that machine right up under the back of Ramsey's spoiler. Gets him a little loose off it, too. Down the back stretch they work. They're all still chasing Roy Wilkie.
Oh, Ramsey sideways again through turn number 4, trying to get to the inside. Ryden Lapsevich sideways as well. Down into 1 and 2. A little bit of contact by Nick Ramsey. Just a gentlemanly tap for the time being. But how long do those taps stay gentlemanly?
Well, Ryden Lapsevich, he's got to go to the whip now to get by Ramsey because he's got Gord Shepard filling up the rearview mirror. Shepard in that Todd Davenport own number 30, right behind Ryden Lapsevich, who is right on the back bumper of Ramsey, who's still being held up by Roy Wilkie.
So if you're Brandon McFerrin, do you want a yellow flag to get rid of this lap traffic?
I say with 10 laps left, you just get to Tamiersma's bumper and ride.
That's probably smart money.
He's got a big lead, third of the track or so.
I don't want to restart with Sean Chenoweth right beside me at his home track if I'm McFerrin. Wilkie, that car is not getting better. It is getting worse. It is bound up something fierce in the center of the corner, and Nick Ramsey is having fits. Now he'll get to the inside in turn number 2.
It's like he's finally got a good enough run this time down the backstretch. Ramsey down into 3 and 4. He'll pin it on the bottom. Wilkie will try to keep him pinched down low. Battle slowing. This is going on all about a half a straightaway in front of your leader, who's coming up to lap these cars with 7 to go.
Brandon McFerrin's closing in a big hurry. This looks like a yellow flag in the making to me as Ramsey and Wilkie rubbing fenders off of turn 4. Wilkie pinching him down on the straightaway. More contact as they enter turn 1.
Garrett Smearsman just pulls over, lets Brandon McFerrin go by, and if you're McFerrin's spotter, you really have to be coaching him through this. A 5+ second lead right now. He's got no reason to mix it up with these lap cars. As you see, Ramsey and Wilkie still going hammer and tongs on each other down in 1 and 2.
Ryden Lapsevich gets to the inside of Wilkie. Now it's Gord Shepard's turn. Wow, contact. Lapsevich just about getting turned into the outside wall. Wilkie up into the concrete, and for the first time in the history of the Quick Superstocks at Flamboro Speedway, we have a yellow flag.
Grandma, put your teeth back in because we got ourselves a stock car race.
So Roy Wilkie comes to rest there in turn number 3. You know, when he'd been giving room, the farther back the teams went trying to make these moves, and we're going to get to see the choose cone. Let's have a look at the replay. So there's Lapsevich mixing it up, and that might have broke the left front right there of the Wilkie 33. Yeah, because there was no contact with Gord Shepard. The damage was already done when Lapsevich and Wilkie got together on the backstretch.
Yeah, you can see that left front wheel pointing further left than it should have been after that contact. I don't know if Ryan Lapsevich thought he was clear and just wasn't quite.
Let's have another look from the backstretch cam. So watch the black and red Ryan Lapsevich car with the 33 of Wilkie, and
just a little innocent contact.
yeah, it wasn't significant for sure. Clinton Jeffrey is up on the scene to survey the damage. Clinton, what are you seeing?
Both sides are messed up here on the front of the Roy Wilkie car. This one, as you can see, the tire has come off the rim. Most of this looks to be all right. The other side, though, has got a bigger problem, Adam. The tie rod is messed up, and it is looking towards the wall. So big problems here for the Wilkie 33.
Clinton Jeffrey never shy to get right up there in the center of the action. Look at Gary Calling. He's tow truck driver tonight. There's nothing he can't do.
Gary's working hard. Jack's giving you another look at that right side now, as you'll get to see it. And the tie rod and other things have gone array here for the Wilkie car. And yes, it's all beat up. And you can see, guys, pulled out far to the right.
So we're going to have the choose cone rule. And this racetrack, of all racetracks we go to, is one of the reasons they wanted the choose cone. Because we saw Ryan Dyson off the start of this race, how far back he went starting in the second spot. That's not the worst of it. Starting in fourth at Flamboro is a curse. You're screwed because you can't control the pace at all, and it's usually a ticket to the back. So who's going to be the driver? The driver who restarts fourth will probably pick up a bunch of spots on people who all want to be on the inside.
Yeah, he'll probably come from about 10th place right now on the grid when they get rolling.
Well, I got Roy Wilkie here. Roy, what happened?
Well, I was running on the outside of the 12 car. We were going back a bit anyways. The car got really, really tight on us. 12 car just kept pushing me up the wall, cut my left front tire, came into turn 3, and couldn't turn it. Into the wall we got. So if the 12's got a spotter, I wish you would listen to him.
All right, there you have Roy Wilkie, guys. He's saying the 12 got him, and that is a flat left front, but the right side is where all the damage is the big problem.
Yeah, I didn't think Roy Wilkie would be all too happy. That's a frustrating kind of race when you start at the front, you run there for a little bit, and then you're steadily going backwards.
And nothing he could do. Like he was holding guys up the best he could, racing them for position, but just so tight in the center, could not get off. And that's where he was struggling. You saw everybody working to the inside.
And it looked like there was still a bit of room between the 33 and the wall, but he was driving straight. Like the Ryden might have moved up a little bit, and Wilkie, instead of moving up a little bit to compensate, he held the wheel straight.
And on the flip side, he was almost clear.
Almost. The best look we had was from the turn 3 cameras, but let's look at this. You see them rub a little bit, and then right there, once you touch rubber, that's what's hard to tell, because with a race car, once you touch rubber, once you touch the tires, they react, they bounce off of each other. So things are good right there. Sure, Wilkie could have moved up another inch or two, but he probably felt, hey, you've got all the room you need there. But that's the trouble.
So does Chenoweth bounce to the outside? Who's the first guy? You thinking Chenoweth's going to go to the outside?
I think Chenoweth is going to go to the outside, and then I think the next 3 drivers in a row are going to go to the inside.
Ryan Dyson is not going to the outside. That's for sure. After the initial start, the 28, he is going to the bottom, whether he has to restart 5th in line on the inside or not.
So Delaware, there were some problems with the choose cone. Drivers couldn't see it very well, so now they've made a taller choose cone. Wow.
Zardo's going to give it a whirl.
Chenoweth goes to the inside and Zardo goes to the high side. But look at this. Everybody going to the bottom. And Nick Ramsey saying, hey, I'll give it a shot.
Sure.
Nick Ramsey is going to go from the 7th spot to the 4th spot. And one thing that I think makes it a great decision for Ramsey is you're following Lane Zardo. Like, you're not out there behind someone who's not going to give it 110%. The other thing, and we've seen this at play, if you get a fairly quick yellow, you've made up all those spots. Those spots are yours. 44 laps are complete, race fans. 6 laps remain.
Lane Zardo, Trevor Culver, all-time winningest drivers in Quick Wick Superstock history with 3 each. Brandon McFerrin has never been to victory lane. Sean Chenoweth, never been to victory lane in a Quick Wick race. So, green set to fly, and it's in the air, 6 to go.
McFerrin timed that well. Lane Zardo got out a little bit too far ahead of McFerrin. He had to lift, but Lane Zardo gets down into the 2nd spot, but he's got Chenoweth digging at his heels there in the 3rd position. Good restart for Lane Zardo. Nick Ramsey, though, not so good.
No, Ramsey caught on the high side. How about that move by Zardo? Just hung the left when the green came out, didn't signal or nothing. Right across the nose of that 89C of Sean Chenoweth. And we'll see if Zardo's got anything for your leader, McFerrin. 4 to go here at the stripe, the 56 Stewart's Equipment Machine. Acton's Brandon McFerrin off turn 2. He'll lead Brampton's Lane Zardo by 3 car lengths down in the backstretch.
Lane Zardo driving that car right down onto the flat of the racetrack. It's a shorter distance around, but Brandon McFerrin is up there with the advantage of the banking in that 56 machine. Look at how low 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are running. Sean Chenoweth trying to close in on the back bumper of the 36 of Lane Zardo. 2 laps to go this time.
How about this? Brandon McFerrin looking to go to Quick Wick victory lane for the first time. Two laps to go. He'll power off turn 2. Everybody watching that battle for 2nd. Zardo, Chenoweth, the 93 of Nagy. And for those of you keeping track at home, the move did not work out for the 07. He's right around the tail end of the top 10 here. White flag in the air.
But I admire his enthusiasm. Last time down the back straightaway in this Quick Wick 50. Carson Nagy trying to make a move on Sean Chenoweth, but out in front looking at the checkered flag. Brandon McFerrin going to take the win. Zardo 2nd, then Chenoweth, Nagy, Dyson, Collison, Culver, Gord Shepard, Ryden Lapsevich, and Nick Ramsey rounding out the top 10. Brandon McFerrin had gotten into that mix of lap traffic. He drove right into the hornet's nest there.
But I think the best thing he did was not mess with it. He had a 5-second lead at the time. And a good job by Brandon McFerrin. Kudos to that 56 driver for, after he got that big lead, saving his stuff so he had lots left at the end.
I thought he was making a mistake on this restart by how far Lane Zardo was. I thought, man, you can't let the outside get that far ahead of you. But McFerrin launched perfectly at the right time. Zardo got down in line ahead of Sean Chenoweth, so he ruined Sean Chenoweth's plans. And he'll pull down into VP Racing Fuel's victory lane, where Clinton Jeffrey is standing by to conduct the TrueNorth.bet victory lane interviews.
Thanks a lot, Adam. We are down here in Quick victory lane with Flamboro Speedway as we get set to talk to Brandon McFerrin and the crew. As you can imagine, super excited here. We talked to him last when he blew up at Peterborough, so this is a great recovery for these guys. And this Stewart's Equipment car has run flawless today, including the very important final restart. Brandon will get a hat on. He'll get ready to jump out here with the checkered flag, and we'll jump in and talk to him as soon as he gets down from his celebration.
Great big smile on the face of that young man. He's got a fun social media. If you find him on social media, he's always up to fun stuff. And I know the smile's going to be big, and the celebration probably will be as well. Here he comes out of the car, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about it for Brandon McFerrin, winner of the Quick 50 here today at Flamboro. Brandon, what a drive. I mean, what a recovery after last time we spoke to you in Peterborough. Things weren't going your way. Tonight, they all went your way, including the final restart.
Yeah, we went from one end of the spectrum to the other at Delaware. We were dead last, going laps down, and I said to the boys, we ain't doing that again. We're going to bring a piece out. And Sean McWhirter, that boy right there, we work our asses off on this thing, and we finally got it working good. Jeff and Randy, everybody that makes it happen, Mike Allen, my parents, Ayla Chase. I can't thank everybody enough.
Congrats, Brandon McFerrin gets it done, guys, here in the Quick 50.
Second place and third place, a couple of drivers who are no stranger to the podium in these races. But I have a feeling there'll be a hint of disappointment in both of these drivers that they weren't able to capture victory. Clinton Jeffries with our second place finisher right now.
Is Adam right, Lane? Are you disappointed that you didn't grab the win there?
No, I mean, heading into tonight, I was very hopeful that we'd get the win here. We're always really fast here, and I consider this my home track. But about 10 laps before that caution, started getting a bad push, and they got to do what they got to do to make this series fair. But they got my car weighing about 200 pounds heavier, and it's getting dangerous in these 50-lap races. Another 3-4 green flag laps, I might have hit the wall. But I'm just really happy to survive that. I knew going up to that the choose cone, I was doing whatever Chenoweth didn't do. And just kind of hanging on for it. Congrats to my buddy Brandon McFerrin for the victory. Just excited for Sunset in a month with our Best of Forest products. Shelby Roofing, Leslie Ford, Gores Basement Waterproofing, and thanks to Andy Schmidt.
There you have it from Lane Zardo, guys, second here tonight.
Lane Zardo always gives a golden interview, doesn't he? He'll tell you what's on his mind. So will the driver who finished third here. And that had to be a tough decision. I mean, it came down to that choose rule on the only yellow flag. And Chenoweth chose the inside, and I'm not sure if he had something for the leader or not, but he never got a chance to flex that muscle. He's with Clinton Jeffrey.
Sean, the question is, why the choose cool to the bottom? Why not go to the outside? We all thought you were going to take that run. Is that a regret for you?
It's not really a regret with the way the car was working. 9 times out of 10, I would go to the outside every time up here. I feel really comfortable up there, but today I just couldn't get in the corner. It kept locking the rear brakes up, getting in no matter how much front I put to it, and I knew the bottom was a safe bet to try to run in the top 3. I don't like racing like that. I don't want to go for wins, but that was the best I was going to finish. If I went to the outside, I would have dropped like a rock.
We appreciate the honesty, and one trophy to start the night, not a bad deal.
Yeah, hopefully the Pro Late we can do a little better than this.
Where are you starting the Pro Late?
I have no idea.
Neither do we. Good luck, Sean Chenoweth. There you have it, guys. Sean Chenoweth third, Lane Zardo second, and our winner, Brandon McFerrin, gets it done. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV from Flamboro Speedway.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
Goodbye, you piece of Let's take it to TKC.
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickwick.com.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at GeForceTV.net and start watching today. The APC Series on GeForce TV is brought to you by Pinty's, making great food fun. And by Quick Wick, the world's best fire starter.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway. I'm Adam Ross with Jamie Maudsley and Kevin Small. Clinton Jeffrey patrolling the infield, and we actually put him to work this time. He had to do something during that Superstock race, so that was fun.
He only had to work once, but it was brilliant.
Exactly.
Great camera work by Jack. Got a good shot of that damaged right front suspension on Wilkie's car.
We do get right into the middle of things, and the APC late models rolling onto the racetrack now.
And I'll give you the update. I did the math, Adam, so you don't have to. Carson Nagy came in tonight with a 5-point lead in the Superstocks. It's been trimmed down to 3.
You have a fetish for point standings. Admit it.
A point standing fetish, yes.
What is it? What is it about? Like, within 30 seconds of the end of a race.
I'm the math geek, That's just it. Numbers,
Right. I used to be when I was young, but they require a lot of thought now.
Now again, when I first started, I'd be looking at point standings 2 weeks into the season. Now I at least back it off till we get to the midway point.
The field rolling out onto the front stretch. 20 cars strong here tonight.
Mike Schmidt, all his folks hope from London Recreational Racing, hope they're enjoying themselves here tonight. I've said this before, Adam, but I'll say it again. Racing needs more Mike Schmidt. Great supporter of the series, has been since day one. A number of local cars, and as a great bunch of people here tonight to celebrate the London Recreational 100.
Have you seen some of the work that he does?
It's pretty cool.
Holy moly. Absolutely spectacular.
Definitely doesn't fit the announcer's budget.
No, that puddle that J.R. Fitzpatrick's driving around, that's kind of my budget. Let's have a look at the upcoming events calendar. We will start here with GeForce TV, the Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet upcoming events. August 5th, it's the Midsummer Classic up at Sauble Speedway. Then on August 12th, we head to Sunset Speedway for 100 laps, the Stewart's Kubota 100. August 14th, I'm excited for these events. Sitting Bull Sprint Shootout for the Action Sprint Tour and 360 Sprint cars, and the NASCAR Pinty Series Heat Races. Of course, we can't show that feature on GeForce TV, but you'll be able to see the rest of the night, and it's going to be a lot of fun. More importantly, let's look at the upcoming events here at Flamboro Speedway. July 22nd is Bennett GM night with late models, vintage modified, super stocks, mini stocks, and pure stocks. And then July 29th, race fans, circle it on your calendar, make it a point to come to Flamboro Speedway because John Casale is paying $10,000 to win the Gold Rush 123. 123 laps for pro late models, $10,000 to win. He's having a mini stock invitational that night, $500 to win, and a pure stock invitational that night that is also $500 to win for 40 laps, and I hope he gets 100 pure stocks out for that event.
Well, the joke we had at Delaware is we wanted to crack 50, and we did a week ago Friday.
August 5th.
Chris Lawrence brought 10 of them, but that's a whole other story.
Well, that helps. Hold that thought, because August 5th here at Flamboro Speedway is Kids Ride Night, one of the most popular nights of the year here at the racetrack. So Flamboro Speedway always with stuff going on a Saturday night. It's the Saturday night tradition here in Southern Ontario for a long, long, long time.
There's nothing better than some great stock car racing and a Flamburger. Wasn't real hot today, so we didn't really have to hydrate that way, did we?
No, we did not.
I had one, though. I waited till we had done the opening because it's safer that way.
It is safer that way. And I'll tell you, of all the tracks we go to, Jamie, this is my favorite vantage point of any track. Our seats up here in turn number 1. This building has a lot of history in it here. And being able to look like we are just off of turn 1, right in the middle of the action.
It's a cool view. You get to see him come down the front stretch. I mean, until you see this place from the corner, from the view we have, you think that wall's straight. And it's not. I mean, it curves the whole way down here.
That's a good point. It is nowhere near a straight line. That's the building that we are in.
Guys, I got Junior Farley here. Junior, solid drive. Going to start from the pole tonight. New sponsors, looking good. How you feeling, man? Double duty here tonight. What's going on with your day?
It's going pretty good. We've had good speed all day in the PV Mart burn workwear car, so hopefully we can turn that over into the future and have a good, strong run.
How do you feel with Flamboro? You've raced here a lot over the years, lots of different divisions. Is it a place you're comfortable or a place you're just trying to survive today?
No, I'm comfortable. It helps having a good car under here. Sometimes it's a rough race. Sometimes you go green to checker, so hopefully we'll have the ladder tonight and stay up front.
Safe to say you're just giving her the whole 100?
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't had the greatest year, so we want to make sure that we capitalize starting up front.
Right on. Junior Farley, guys, going from the pole here tonight. We'll talk to him in introduction shortly.
And that's a great point about starting at the front, because not everyone loves starting on the pole position, but I think Junior Farley can rationalize it and understand that's his best opportunity for a top shelf finish, Jamie.
Yeah, it should be good if he can get away from him. We saw how important it was starting up front in that super stock race, especially if you get no yellows. That makes it very difficult for sure. And Clint down there with one of the fast locals, Tyler DiVincenzo.
Tyler, good starting spot for you tonight. What's going to take for you to capitalize on this outside front row starting spot?
Just see what we can do. We've had a good car all day, and hopefully keep the fenders on it and be there at the end, get down when we can.
So how does this change in weather change your setup at all? Does it worry you all if you're set up for the heat, or are you guys just good to go with what we got?
I think we're good to go with what we got. Like I said, the car's been fast all day, so see what we can do.
All right, guys, Tyler DiVincenzo in this 97 going to go from the front row here. We'll see what him and Junior can do from positions 1 and 2.
Clint, I'm throwing an audible at you, and we need either Jack or Abby to find the cone.
The cone.
Another one to watch. Our third one to watch. We'll introduce the other two a little bit later on. But the third one to watch is that tall cone just in front of the golf cart on the front stretch. It has been named by the APC Series officials Mr. Cone.
Mr. Cone.
Because it deserves respect.
That could be the second most famous cone in racing after the orange cone on Twitter.
Right? Right? Abby, I'm not angry, Abby. I'm just disappointed. So Mr. Cone, folks, is going to play a role in the outcome of this race if we have a yellow flag during this race. And it's not guaranteed, but if we do, Mr. Cone is going to play a big part.
All I can think of when you say that is Homer doing the Mr. Plow. Kind of the same, but different.
Well, they only did that because they couldn't fit Coney McConeface down the cone.
Well, and do you think that now they've given him an identity, guys are going to stop hitting it? Like, is that the goal here?
So here's the thing. It was much too short before, so now it's tall. But, folks, enough about the cone. Let's meet the starting lineup for tonight's London Recreational 100. Starting on the outside of row 10 from Pickering, the Real Landscaping Plus Langeal Metal Recycling 94, it's Corey Luciano. To his inside for Brantford, the West Brant Window World Scott's Auto Body Repair number 2, Rick Burbridge.
On the outside of the next row, he drives the Spire Fire Protection Stage It With Style number 18, a Flamboro regular from Orangeville. It's Ontario's fastest ginger, Cole Quinton. And on the inside, starting beside Cole Quinton in the AJ Furniture Incorporated BDR seating number 74, from Dundas, it's Eric Delariva.
To row number 8 we go on the outside from St. George, the Hearth and Home Fleming Auto number 02, Mark Burbridge. And rolling off 15th from Fraserville, the custom forming number 79, James Horner.
Starting 14th in the London Recreational Racing, number 89C, also with Route 19 Auto Parts and 2-Speed Motorsports on the side of that car from Drumbo, the 89C, Sean Chenoweth. And alongside Chenoweth, also from Dundas in the Rymart Mini Storage, Shaw Motorsports, Polar Blair Motorsports entry, it's Blair Wickett.
Starting 12th from Grimsby, the Taylor Holdaway owned number 41, HumberviewParts.ca, Trayton Lapsevich. Starting 11th, the Tom Gibbons Concrete Finishing Graham Family Car Quest Faust Construction number 10 from Southampton, Tom Gibbons.
Starting on the outside of row 5, Great Lakes Concrete, Paragon Office Installation, BT Racing, and Mom, the sponsors. London, Ontario's number 78, Joe Lawrence. And on the inside of that row from Bell River, Ontario, FCF Custom Fabricating, Rosati Construction, Integrated Tool and Mold, number 22, it's Chase Pinsino.
To the 4th row we go, starting in 8th. In the North Country Property Maintenance, B&W Enterprises, number 54, from Orno, Danny Benedict. And starting 7th from Milverton, the Pennzoil APC Auto Parts Center's number 22, Kyle Steckley.
And on the outside of row 3, winner of our last event in the Pride Seeds, Cameron Crane, sponsor number 52 from Mount Bridges, it's Jake the Snake Sheridan. And inside of row 3, 2-time APC winner, 4-time winner at Flamboro on tour, Cambridge Rigging, H2Go, Mobile Wash, Transaxle Heavy Duty Truck Trailer Parts, the sponsors for number 84, J.R. Fitzpatrick.
Row number 2 on the outside, he'll start 4th from Chesley, the Ridgeline, APC. Farrier Contracting, number 17, Josh Stoddy. And starting 3rd from Dorchester, the APC Auto Parts Centers, Canusa Automotive Warehousing, Miami Muscle, number 3, Shay Gamble.
That brings us to the outside of the front row. Hudco Electric Supplies, Bremner Construction, MRC Wireless, some of the sponsors for the 97D from Guelph, Ontario, Tyler DiVincenzo. And your pole sitter for tonight's London Recreational Racing 100. Burn Workwear, PV Mart, Epic Racewear, Inside Track Motorsports News, some of the backers. For Guelph, Ontario's Junior Farley.
Race fans, that is your starting lineup for the London Recreational Racing 100. At this time, we are going to go to a quick break on G-Force TV, and when we come back, it'll be time for the most famous words in motorsports.
For over 100 years, our company has been unique, a world leader in high-precision products, fully committed to energy efficiency and friction reduction. Today is the day to start a new chapter, a new step of our company. Today is the day to share our vision, our contribution, our identity. At the heart of our DNA, there is a name: Namerica. We are NTN, and we make the world Namerica. We are all together. We design precision engineering. We believe in a fluid, mobile, and harmonious society. We build positive mobility. We are NTN, and with willingness, conviction, and humility, we make the world Namerica.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway, where the drivers continue to get strapped into these race cars. 20 APC late models ready to do battle. Clinton Jeffrey, you have a unique perspective. You know, all of the events we go to, you're down there on the front straightaway as these drivers are being introduced, so you get a chance to see them, see what the tone is like. What do you see on these drivers' faces? Are they relaxed? Are they wound up? Or is there a wide variety of reactions to what's about to happen?
It's a good mix of both, Adam. We've got a lot of relaxed drivers, but you can tell they're all about business. Everybody's got their eyes on the gauges, getting ready to go, and just focusing on that little bit of concentration you need, maybe trying to think about those last couple pointers the crew chief told you. What did the spotter remind you to remember as you get out there? And those are the things they're trying to put together right now. Make sure they've got their water to stay cool and just making sure they're good. Once everybody's okay, then we'll walk down the lane, make sure everybody gives a thumbs up, and we'll give her the command here from our Grand Marshals.
And it's almost, Adam, I mean, we're a day late. Not at all or short, but we're a day late. It's almost like when you walk into the pits a day late of when the race is supposed to be. It's just a little different. The intensity's not quite where it would have been last night. Again, going to be a whole different story once these guys fire these cars up and they get to it. But it just seems to be a little different being that day late.
And who knows what that's going to lead to. I mean, our last event here was 100 laps, and they went green flag. There wasn't a single yellow flag in that race. That's not something we had ever really seen here before. It can be done.
I didn't think it was possible.
No, because it's sometimes you got to get physical to make those moves here. I'm fascinated by our front row. Junior Farley, I thought he was really confident in his interview, but Tyler DiVincenzo, the last race at Delaware Speedway, had the best race of his career, bar none.
And he's been fast right from the get-go here today, and this is his home track. If this is the one, if you're going to circle one in the calendar, this is the one in the 97D shop that they had circled with stars beside it, and this is where we got to go get him, is at Flamboro.
From just up the road in Guelph, Ontario, is Tyler DiVincenzo in that Hudco Electric number 97D. Same with Junior Farley, our pole sitter. From just up the road in Guelph, Ontario, he's in a Burn Workwear PV Mart number 72. Clinton Jeffrey, what's our timeline like?
Our timeline is right now. We're about ready to go. We've got some special guests here. We've got Veronica and Ella Connolly, along with London Recreational Racing driver from the Hot Rod Division, Amanda Balson. Are you ready? It's time for that big words. Give it to us, ladies.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
Well done, just like they practiced.
That field of cars roars to life. And we already see some of the crew people peeling off. I believe that's Rob DiVincenzo, who's already walked away from the 97 machine. He's going to drive back to the pit area. Some of them are on foot there, Jamie. I would want to ride.
Let's see how Darrell does it. There's your true test.
Darrell can do it in 4 paces.
I think he hopped in the cart. Well, maybe. No, that's a London recreational cart down there. Mike Schmidt giving his engine starters a ride.
Clinton Jeffrey getting into position. The field will fan out around Clinton and his son Jack. Jack does a great job for us. Man, oh man. Trained from the ground up. There goes Mike Schmidt in the London Recreational Racing Mobile. And as the front straightaway clears off, we will be ready to roll with that pace truck. And Dave Franks, who has to have the best balance in the history of racing, because he'll be in the back of that pickup truck. I don't know if he is somehow strapped to the back. No,
he does all his own stunts, folks.
Exactly.
Stick him on the bottom of his shoes and he gets done.
I'll tell you, he's been a fixture here at Flamboro Speedway and all over the world in motorsports for a long, long time. Great to have him here as part of the action. And it looks like we're about ready to let things roll.
I think he's shot everything since the chariot races at the Coliseum.
I still remember the days, long before digital, long before social media, when you would get to the track at Flamboro Speedway and Dave would have his golf cart driving around. He had big plastic bins on the back of his golf cart, and they were separated by division. And every number, he had printed photographs for every number, and he'd be out there wheeling and dealing. I can't imagine the amount of money Dave Franks made, but also spent to have those pictures developed. Kevin Small, let's get an opportunity to get you into the mix. Great job on the national anthem, by the way. But what can we expect from this feature event?
You know, like you guys said earlier, 100 laps last time, caution-free, something we don't see a lot here at Flamboro Speedway. I've only seen it here a couple times, even in our 25, 30 lap features event. You know, cautions are definitely something you're going to want to pay attention to. And with the choose rule, definitely going to be something you're going to want to look to as well, because who's going to jump up and take those few extra spots to jump up on the top side? And then, you know, like Tyler said in that 97, you got to try to get your way down to the bottom. You know, the bottom lane is where you're going to want to be. So you want to pick your nose and get it down there. But hey, if you got a chance to jump to the outside of the front row, why not jump up and do it? So we'll see. There's lots of drivers here in the field, and it's going to be an entertaining 100 laps of the London Recreational Racing 100.
For our ones to watch tonight, we're not going far. We're sticking with the front row. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet brings us our ones to watch. Junior Farley, driver of the 72, looking for his very first win in the APC series, looking for a solid result. And he could do it in that Burn Workwear 72. Our second one to watch is going to start directly beside him, that Hudco Electric 97D. Jamie, like we said, had a career race last race at Delaware Speedway. And if he can just get a clean start, he's going to get past. You know, chances are he's going to get shuffled. You just want to get into a spot in line, let things settle out. And I could be wrong. He could get the launch off the start and maybe get the lead. He can set a pace.
See what happens here. And of course, again, I'm watching that guy inside of row 3. He's a 2-time champ. He's got twice as many wins here as anybody else on tour. He stomped him when we were back here in June. It is his home track, the place he cut his teeth at. J.R. Fitzpatrick, your defending champ.
Spencer, can you give me that look at turn 2 we talked about earlier on? There's something we've never displayed here at Flamboro Speedway, but it's always been the case. It's turn 2, and you can even see it with the rubber marks that get much lighter right around there. You can get around the track, around that corner, you can see the arc, but whenever a driver tries to make a move and drives to the inside, the bottom of the track falls out just a little bit. It is hard to get the power down. That is a hot spot for accidents here at Flamboro Speedway because it's tough to get traction at that spot in turn 2. Drivers like Sean Chenoweth, Kyle Steckley, J.R. Fitzpatrick, they love it here because they understand those little nuances that make Flamboro Speedway unique.
We saw a great incident of that last race when the 07 Rams, he was trying to get by Wilkie for a number of laps. He'd get on that flat part, and the thing would just get loose as soon as he got on the power. So exactly what you're pointing out there.
You can't see it, but you can feel it. 1 to go, and we're going to set him loose out of turn number 4. A couple of Guelph, Ontario racers, Junior Farley on the inside, Tyler DiVincenzo on the outside. They both cut their teeth at the Waterloo Regional Kart Club. Where does that club race now? Right around the infield here at Flamboro Speedway.
Farley, the point man, DiVincenzo on the outside. Green is in the air. We're off and running 100 laps for the London Recreational Racing 100 here at Flamboro Speedway, round 5 of the United Racing Series 2023. And Farley will squirt out front. DiVincenzo trying to hang tough on the top side. Here comes the 3 of Gemmel, getting a little physical here in the early going.
Tyler DiVincenzo gave Junior Farley a ton of room. Junior used that and then some down in 1 and 2, but that car is not turning well, the 72. Look at DiVincenzo roll the outside, side by side for the race lead down the front straightaway.
What a move by J.R. Fitzpatrick, dove right to the apron to get to the inside of Josh Stoddy. Him in the 17 race just behind this front trio. It's Farley. Side by side is Gemmel and DiVincenzo.
Junior Farley's car is starting to come in. Tyler DiVincenzo gets to the inside just behind Shea Gemmel. What a great couple of laps for Tyler DiVincenzo. Showed a lot of poise. He didn't panic out there. Now he's able to get in line in the 3rd spot, and Junior Farley is in the hot seat because he has the lead, but he does not have the fastest car right now.
He had a tough time getting grip last time off turn 4 because the 3 of Shea Gemmel had that back end right up in the air. Gemmel putting the heat on the 72 of Farley. Off turn 4 they come again. Gemmel again pushes the 72 down the straightaway as you see the 17 of Stoddy and the 84 get physical.
Stoddy was trying to get in line behind J.R. Fitzpatrick. He mistimed it a little bit, almost turned Fitzpatrick into the wall ahead of most of this field of late models. That could have been horrible.
Now Steckley, who was right behind Stoddy, comes under fire. Jake the Snake to the inside of him. And Sheridan's going to pick up a spot. Chase Pinsnow in the mix as well. Meanwhile, Gemmel's got your leader. Loading up off the bottom.
Trouble off of turn number 2. Kevin is right. Rick Burbridge is around backwards.
And I believe that will negate the pass for the lead.
I believe it will.
Gemmel had finally rooted the 72 up off the bottom.
Corey Luciano in the 94 was involved in that with Rick Burbridge.
The guys over here on the back straightaway don't see any problems wrong with the number 2 car. He will just roll it around, and we'll see if he takes a poke at anybody here as he makes his way back onto the speedway. But the car just fired up. All tires are up. Should be good to go.
I don't think I've ever seen Rick or Mark Burbridge really get worked up, at least that you could see on the track. Now, there are Burbridges I have seen get worked up at the racetrack, just not in this generation. So out in front, Shea Gemmel is the leader for now. But as Jamie said, I believe when they go back a lap, unless they counted that lap, let's have a look at Race Monitor. And it shows Junior Farley as the race leader. Let's have a look at the replay of Shea Gemmel and Junior Farley battling for the lead. Gemmel on the inside, contact in the left rear with Junior Farley. Down into turn number 3, that's the kind of thing that can knock the toe out on a race car and flatten a left rear tire. But Gemmel made that pass, and now it's taken back. Junior Farley is back out in front, and you can see the official on the infield with Mr. Cone in hand. We started to talk about it. The cone they used at Delaware was really hard for the drivers to see because it was so short, and they sit so low in these cars.
Well, and you recall the first time was at Peterborough, and there was no cone. It was just get to the start-finish line, make your choice. And then we had guys going on the bottom lane into turn 1 and realized how many spots they could gain at the top. There were some penalties handing out. And then at Delaware, we had one guy physically hit the cone.
Here we come to the cone. So far, first, third chose the inside, second and fourth chose the outside, fifth place chose the outside, and then, wow, Joe Lawrence in the 78 and Sean Chenoweth in the 89C both picked up about 4 positions by taking that outside groove.
I get those. The decision I don't get is the 17. He was 5th in line, jumped to the outside.
Look who's ahead of him.
I see that part of it. Interesting to see how this works out for the 17 and Josh Stoddy. Rolling the dice here early.
I think that demonstrates his level of confidence in J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 84 and Shea Gemmel in the number 3. Junior Farley, that car looks a little tight in the middle of the corner. He's having to really get it bound up to make that turn. So this high side could roll. Let's see what happens on this restart. Farley going to fire first from the inside of the front row. Tyler DiVincenzo right behind him. Shea Gemmel to his outside.
J.R. Fitzpatrick will restart 4th, and then it's Steckley and Stoddy in row 3. Green in the air. They're racing down into 1. And Shea Gemmel gets a good drive into the corner. 72 chases him up the speedway a bit, but Gemmel still there, hanging on the outside door of the 72.
There was not a lot of room between Junior Farley and the outside wall. Shea Gemmel filled that gap, and at the stripe, Shea Gemmel is your race leader.
Now Gemmel trying to get that door on the right front of Junior Farley so he can control him and pinch him coming off. He does just that. Half a car length now, the advantage through 3 and 4. Again, he'll pinch Farley down. Gets a good run up top. And how about the 3 car? Letting him roll to the lead on the high side.
Shea Gemmel takes the lead. J.R. Fitzpatrick right behind. Josh Stoddy and his spotter looking pretty smart right now as Stoddy rolls up into the 4th position, getting around Tyler DiVincenzo, who's mired behind the 72 of Junior Farley.
So Fitzpatrick will clear the top side. Now Stoddy, we'll see if that move to the outside pays off. He is hanging tough in the high groove. Now he's going to poke the nose to the outside of Farley. Farley will give him room. How about Josh Stoddy trying to make it work out in the penthouse groove?
Tyler DiVincenzo not going to give him the room to get down. DiVincenzo with a good run. Stoddy trying to muscle him to the inside. DiVincenzo keeps the nose of the 97 down low, but Stoddy might have the run off of turn 4 he needs. Whoa, trouble in turn 4.
They're still all rolling. I believe Horner was at the center of that. Luciano gets by. Now here's Burbridge to the inside as well. Everybody up and rolling, and Stoddy able to close the deal on DiVincenzo, so it did pay off for him. That restart on the outside. Now he's got to go after Junior Farley.
Jake Sheridan showing signs of wanting to get around that 97 of DiVincenzo. He poked a nose to the inside down the front stretch, but DiVincenzo powered down into turn number 1. Out in front, it is Shea Gemmel with 3 car lengths advantage over J.R. Fitzpatrick.
Another guy on the move after starting well outside the top 10, Sean Chenoweth in that 89C. He's now found himself up in 9th spot ahead of Danny Benedict. So 89C rolling at his home track in front of his sponsors.
J.R. Fitzpatrick just a hair faster that lap than Shea Gemmel. Gemmel was quicker than him the lap before. So they're both turning some torrid laps out there in the 15.2, 15.3 second bracket.
Yeah, great battle now. Benedict, you see him take a peek to the inside of Chenoweth. This is for 9th, 10th, and 11th. Benedict, winners of the season opener up at Sunset Speedway. And Blair Wickett, Katie Bar the door, trying to figure out who to follow. Now Benedict is going to get the 89 rooted up off the bottom. Can't quite do it. Again, that flat part of turn 2, unable to get the traction as you see the battle for the lead out front.
Benedict, one of our points contenders. He's one of those 5 drivers within 6 points, packed at the top of the point standings. Behind him, a few spots, Joe Lawrence in that 78, who's done nothing but finish on the podium all season long.
Lawrence, driver of the 78, now caught up behind Blair Wickett. He's going to take a peek to the inside of Wickett. This is all going on right behind this battle between Chenoweth and Benedict. They've been going at it for the last 10 or so laps since we went back under green.
A lot of respect being shown though, Jamie.
And now Benedict's got the 89 rooted up off the bottom.
He kept his nose there. I mean, that's pretty clean short track racing. He hasn't been gouging his way to the inside of the 89C, but he was definitely assertive. Sean Chenoweth able to lose that 1 spot and get back down in line. Trayton Lapsevich in the 41. We haven't talked about him very much, but he runs very well here at Flamboro Speedway.
Yeah, and putting the moves on Blair Wickett right now. You see Joe Lawrence now lining up to try to get by Sean Chenoweth. He's going to take a peek to the inside. Chenoweth will slam the door. Now Lawrence sticks his nose right back in there on exit.
It's interesting to watch the choreography of these moves. Joe Lawrence, one of the cleaner racers in the APC division, just got his nose to the inside, just keeps Pushing a little bit farther, the lane opens up. Sean Chenoweth struggling a little bit with the handling on that 89C.
Coming under fire by the 41 of Trent Lapsovich, who's been on fire in the Pinty Series this year so far. Big healthy point lead there. Behind the controls of that Taylor Holloway Motorsports entry.
You can say that again. J.R. Fitzpatrick has caught the race leader. We've got a battle at the front of the pack. Down into 3 and 4 they go. James Horner about 15 car lengths out ahead of Shea Gemmell. Other than that, not a lot of lap traffic for the next little while among these leaders as James Horner, I think he's had enough out there with the damage to his nose. That could create an overheating problem.
There you see your leaders working out of 3 and 4, going to come to the stripe. About a quarter of the way through this one. Shea Gemmell still leads the way. Fitzpatrick second. That Canusa APC car in the wind right now. Got the 84 though right there. Shea Gemmell, 2 career victories on tour, Sauble Speedway, as well as at Delaware.
Tell you what's interesting to me, 9th and 10th place in this race right now. It's Danny Benedict in the 54 and the 78 of Joe Lawrence. I mean, that's the only 2 drivers who have led the points this season, and they are deep in the top 10.
And then the only one in the top 5 right now who is challenging up front is Fitzpatrick, and he's going after your leader. He's got Gemmell kicked to the high side. Fitzpatrick down to the bottom of that Cambridge rigging machine, and he is going to complete the pass off turn 2. So a strong run from Fitzpatrick, deep in the pack up to P1 here with 71 to go.
Looking at that 84, not a lot of marks on that race car. A little bit of rubber on both sides, which is pretty normal for this type of short track racing, but that was a pretty clean march to the front for J.R. Fitzpatrick. See if as he sets the pace out here, he's pulling away immediately from Shea Gemmell. Is Junior Farley faster than our second place car? That time he was at the stripe. Very similar times, but he's got a little bit more speed than Gemmell in the 3.
Top 5 in the points right now. Fitzpatrick, your leader, is one of those drivers in the top 4. Everybody else in the top 4 right now sitting 5th, 6th, 8th, and 9th. So 9th and 10th, excuse me. So Fitzpatrick looking to pick up a pile of ground here right now. 67 laps down, as well as a victory. He's got 4 in his career at Flamboro Speedway, looking for number 5.
Jake Sheridan in the 52. He's looking pretty aggressive out there. Shows a nose to the inside of Josh Stoddy. Down the front straightaway into turn number 1. He's got inside position on that 17.
Jake the Snake Sheridan, most recent winner on tour. Canada Day weekend at Delaware Speedway. Has Stoddy pitted the outside groove. He is working the bottom, but unable to get it done. So primetime Josh Stoddy holding him back for the time being.
But Sheridan got a great run off of turn number 2. He'll look to the inside again as they race into 3. Stoddy going to close the door. Sheridan keeps his nose there.
A little bit of contact now down into 1 and 2. They'll work. They made a little contact last time in 3 and 4. Sheridan has put in the heat on Josh Stoddy, but so far, Stoddy yet to crack.
So far, you're absolutely right. And Stoddy looks comfortable. When he does get pushed up to the outside groove, he's able to drive that ridge line, number 17, deep into the corner. But Jake Sheridan continuing to provide the pressure. Nick Sheridan is his brother, the crew chief on that car, and a standout sprint car driver.
Well, that was a good shot off turn 4 that Sheridan gave. Stoddy finally got him moved up out of the groove. Here comes Kyle Steckley as well, the Milverton driver in the 22 to the inside, and he will waltz on by the 17 as well. So put Sheridan and Steckley now up into 4th and 5th.
And if Stoddy had any thoughts of getting back at Sheridan after routing him in turn 4 there, making that contact, he wasn't able to do it because Kyle Steckley jumped into to his inside. So now Stoddy will settle into line out there in the 6th spot.
Right behind that battle is the 97D, Tyler DiMienzo. We were talking about him earlier. Started on the outside of the front row, still hanging in there in 7th right now. And another youngster with a bright future behind them, 8th right now on the grid, getting his first season in a late model 22P Chase Pinsino.
Wow, Trayton Lapsevich in the 41. He's up on the high side. Eric Della Riva going by on the bottom. Cole Quinton going to follow him through on the inside in that 18. And Corey Luciano trying to do the same as Mark Burbridge in the 02 calls it a night.
Yeah, Burbridge will exit stage right now. You see Gemmell, your second place car, trying to put Sean Chenoweth a lap down. Who would have saw this one coming? Not even halfway through this one, and Chenoweth's a lap down at him. After starting 14th and climbing into the top 5, looked like he had a sporty hot rod.
It really did. Yeah, the 89 Cia Chenoweth has fallen back, and you never know. If you make contact and knock the front end alignment out, problem for Trayton Lapsevich in the 41. He rolls to a stop on the outside of turn number 4. That is going to force our second yellow flag of the evening. The left side tires are still up. A lot of smoke coming out the right front wheel well. You know, you talk about the maturity, the experience of some of these drivers. Joe Lawrence, Danny Benedict, deep back in the top 10. Were they just riding knowing if they don't get a yellow, they're not going anywhere from their positions. But if they do, they can get up there and maybe do some damage.
Well, especially with the choose cone. I mean, we saw just how big of an impact it makes. I forget who was it? Peterborough was 8th in line or 9th in line, ended up jumping up to 4th, got in line in 4th, and you can pick up some spots easy if you have the cojones of cast iron to take the outside lane.
Let's take a quick break here on GeForce TV while we have the opportunity and Trayton Lapsevich waits for help. We'll be right back from Flamboro Speedway in the London Recreational Racing 100.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at GeForceTV.net and start watching today. The APC Series on GeForce TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway, where J.R. Fitzpatrick, driver of the Cambridge Rigging 84 from nearby Cambridge, Ontario, holds on to the lead over Shea Gemmell in the number 3. Junior Farley in the 72, having a good drive in that PV Mart Burn Workwear 72 machine.
Mr. Coney on the track.
Mr. Cohn heads out. It's going to be choose time. I'm curious about Jake Sheridan. I believe that 52 might be the second fastest car on the track.
He's going to roll him. Well, no, it's going to be Steckley going to the outside.
No, Gemmell.
Sure. Sorry, Gemmell going to the outside. So does, and again, you see the 5th place car go to the outside.
Danny Benedict going to pick up some spots. I think Junior Farley is the wild card here. I think maybe some of them feel like he might be holding up the train.
He's just fast enough to be tough to get around.
Josh Stoddy last time lined up on the outside to give that a try. This time he stayed to the inside. So
our safety crew man getting his steps in, that's for sure.
Danny Benedict picked up some ground. Look at how far back Joe Lawrence is in that 78. I mean, he and Benedict were one spot apart from each other.
Yeah, Lawrence was, I believe, 9th.
Lawrence was 10th and Benedict was 9th. Now Benedict is 8th and Lawrence is 13th.
11th. 6th row.
Is it just 6 rows? I was counting back from the 54. 11th.
Well, still no sign of Trayton Lapsevich yet, guys. He has not made the return yet. And this will be the shot. If he can't get out here by the time they make it back to 1, he'll be down some laps.
They better adjust quicker.
Let's go a quick fire it up here and enjoy the sights and sounds of the APC series. Goes around. So who benefited from their decision? Danny Benedict up to the 7th spot. Tyler DiVincenzo down to the 8th spot. Joe Lawrence is 12th. So that choose rule definitely plays a part.
And Sheridan, what a great job he did on the outside of Farley trying to get the spot.
Well, if you have it, can we get a replay of that restart? The first lap after the restart, Shea Gemmel got so sideways at the exit of turn 2. It had everything bottled up behind him. They did a good job to get things sorted out.
He's lucky the 52 didn't clean him out at that point, but Jake had nowhere to go.
These drivers are so darn good at what they do out here. As you can see, they're trying to juggle positions. Let's have a look at this restart. This is coming off of turn 4, so it'll be coming off of turn 2. Watch the 3 on the outside. Drives it in deep, gets a good run.
They might have had some help from Sheridan in the middle of the corner because he went so high.
We want to see the exit of this turn, Spencer. Yeah, the 3... So bobbled a touch, and then the 52 makes contact, and he was right sideways in front of the entire field.
The 3 Gemmel trying to do everything he could to take the lead back on the outside, and he sailed it in.
They all gave just enough room for him to do what he needed to do out there. Now this will be interesting. Does he want to do that again? He experienced that once. It didn't go particularly well. Does he try it again? Or does he tuck in behind that 84? We'll have a look at that replay again. And just watch everyone behind this 3. They've all got to make their moves. Like they're right on the bumper of the car in front of them, but they're checking up just a little bit. It's quite a piece of driving by all of these competitors. We're starting to see a few more rubber marks up the side of these cars. Still pretty respectful racing. And here comes Mr. Cone.
Another driver, youngster, making just his second APC start, up to 10th. Cole Quinton in that Stage It With Style Spire fire protection machine. Oh. That was close. They were trying to take the cone out. Oh.
That's a little Jake Sheridan with his hand out the window. All's fair in this game.
All fair until you get to the cone.
That's all you got to give, man. Maybe he was saying, what's the matter with you? You had your chance to be up on the front row. Eric De La Riva in the 74 just moved up to the 6th spot. Holy jumping.
Well, Lawrence didn't want to get left out this time. He gets to the outside.
We understand the 89C at Chenoweth. It's the stag. Watch this replay. Watch the black nose. Sheridan at the last second, then keep that rolling. Keep that. No, they kept it on the cone, rightfully so.
But Sheridan was the one at Delaware who smoked the cone. So he's got some cone anxiety. I'm not sure.
Bad memories. Sheridan on the outside, J.R. Fitzpatrick on the inside. We're about to go back to green here at Flamboro Speedway.
Good job by Sheridan. He'll stay even with Fitzpatrick through 1 and 2. Falls back about a quarter car length, but gets a good enough run on the outside. He's going to hang tough down into turn 3.
Wow, Chase Pinsino just got sideways the wrong way on the backstretch and gathered it in. We're going to have a new race leader. Jake Sheridan leads at the line.
Sheridan leads through 1 and 2, but now Fitzpatrick will fight back on the bottom in that 84. They're door handle to door handle through 3 and 4 now. Going to be 54 laps left to go at the line. Fitzpatrick just squeezed Sheridan. He was not clear.
Fitzpatrick takes back the lead. Sheridan back to second. Shea Gemmel third. Fourth to Kyle Steckley. Junior Farley settles back into the 5th spot. A little further back, Joe Lawrence on the outside of Tyler DiVincenzo. They make contact out of 4.
Stoddy just shuffled the 22 of Pinsino up the speedway. Him and Denny Benedict will mosey on by. Chase Pinsino getting a lesson from some of the experienced veterans of the Tour. As he loses a couple spots now, he gets in line quickly in front of DiVincenzo.
Chase Pinsino got used up a little bit on that restart. J.R. Fitzpatrick out in front. Not much of a gap. Back to Jake Sheridan in the 2nd spot in that 52. Shea Gemmel third. Just ahead of very similar looking car of Kyle Steckley in the 4th spot in that 22.
And Steckley's been feeding it to the 3 the last couple corners now. Kyle Steckley, patience running thin, got to get going as we are halfway through this one. 50 down, 50 to go in the London Recreational Racing 100.
Joe Lawrence is sliding backwards in that 78. He is almost all the way to the back of the train. He'll slide down in front of Sean Chenoweth as they enter turn number 3, but things are not all right for the 78 of Joe Lawrence.
Well, if this keeps up, we are going to have a new point leader. Oh, Tom Gibbons just pushed Cole Quinton out of the way.
Oh, Cole wasn't as fast as he was.
Just showing him where you're quicker.
We'll see if Cole Quinton returns the favor. He'll get back in line. I doubt that he will. He's just not that type of kid. Young man, I should say. Fitzpatrick now opening a bit of a gap. He's got 6 car lengths over Jake Sheridan. A little less than 1/10 of a second faster than his competition in the top 5.
And a great field of cars lined up behind Sheridan. You've got Gemmel, who's led early. Kyle Steckley, 2-time winner here at Flamboro, as well as Junior Farley in the 72. Then it's De La Riva in 6th, Stoddy 7th. 8th is Benedict, 9th is Pinsino. Running out top 10, Tyler DiVincenzo.
Fitzpatrick just out there hitting his marks. Things have really settled down out here. I mean, it's close quarters racing. Kyle Steckley, who was really putting the pressure on the 3 of Shea Gemmel, now he's settled back in that 22 machine. Just doesn't look like he has the speed to get up there and really make a move on the 3 of Gemmel.
Another guy getting antsy, one of your championship contenders, the 54 Danny Benedict. Now he's going to put the charge on Stoddy heading down into 3 and 4. Benedict will put that North Country property maintenance machine to the inside of Stoddy's Ridgeline Lubricants entry and give the spot to Danny Benedict.
That was a nice pass by Benedict on the 17 and Josh Stoddy.
A couple guys who've raced together for a long time.
Used all the racetrack that Stoddy gave him, but not too much. I'm really impressed with the driving of these racers in this event as Tyler DiVincenzo to the inside of Chase Pinsino. DiVincenzo was much closer to the front early in this race. Things were looking good, but a couple of these restarts have bitten the 97D. Make that pass on Pinsino. He tries to close the door on Tom Gibbons, and Gibbons was having none of it.
Chase Pinsonneau's getting a lesson here today from some experienced veterans, but I'm sure he's picking it up. He does have a bright future in front of the youngster. As Gibbons got by him, now you see Gibbons showing the way over Pinsonneau by a couple car lengths. Chase Pinsonneau, again, hasn't made too many starts in the APC series, but they've turned their attention to this late model for the rest of the year.
61 laps down, 39 laps to go. J.R. Fitzpatrick slowly pulling away from Jake Sheridan in that 52. You don't know how hard he's pushing that race car, though. Is it just comfortable running these laps, or is he pushing the limits right now? To this point, Jake Sheridan not able to keep pace, or choosing not to keep pace with that 84 of Fitzpatrick, but I can't see him making that as a choice at this moment.
That 84 absolutely stomped him the last time we came here, and it has been more of the same here tonight. Two-time APC champ. J.R. Fitzpatrick, 4 career wins at Flamboro Speedway alone.
He loves this racetrack. He loves racing on it. Now, last race at Delaware Speedway, J.R. Fitzpatrick was the winner. Jake Sheridan finished second. Who rounded out the top 3 at Delaware?
Sheridan won. Fitzpatrick was second.
Sorry, Sheridan won. Same top 2.
Lawrence was second. Fitzpatrick third.
Lawrence got through to second? Holy moly.
That's what the program says.
Program has a much clearer image than my mind does of that.
We've seen a lot of laps since then, though, Adam.
We have so. But they charged from the back of the field in impressive fashion. I don't think they could do the same if they got put to the back here. That'd be a tall order as Corey Luciano makes a pass out there deep in the field. Blair Wickett going to get to the inside as well. They're racing with Cole Quinton in the 18.
Eric Della Riva coming under fire now off turn 2. Oh, yeah. Chenoweth spins down to the infield. He almost got the cone. Right before that, we saw Danny Benedict make a move on Eric Della Riva. So put Benedict up to P6 now. And just not the night for Sean Chenoweth here this evening.
No, it sure isn't. Under yellow we go. We understand he went down into the pits in one of the recent yellows, and they made a stagger adjustment. He'll head back into the pits in that London Recreational Racing 89C. And I thought Rick Burbridge might have given him a little help there just by how close they were running, but no, there was no contact.
They just showed the replay. If Burbridge did touch him, he was already in trouble to begin with.
We'll have another look at this replay right at the top of the screen. Yeah, Chenoweth was loose. I think he went all the way around before Burbridge even got to him. Yeah, don't see a mark on the front of that Burbridge number 2.
Just missed the cone, though.
Having a look down pit lane is getting busy down there. Blair Wickett in the 97. Our points leader, Joe Lawrence, takes the 78 machine down to the attention of the crew. And they don't immediately know what it is they want to do.
Looks like an air pressure adjustment on the left front. They're jacking up the right side. And now they're getting the jack stands out.
Always like it when I see them get the jack stands out. Safety first. So Joe Lawrence with a slim 1-point advantage coming into this race over Danny Benedict. Third, Kyle Steckley, 3 points behind. Fourth, Jake Sheridan, 4 points behind. Fifth, J.R. Fitzpatrick, 6 points behind.
And an absolute family affair down there.
Mr. Cohen is out. Clinton, what do you got for us?
Sprinkles, boys. We've got sprinkles. Let's watch how this cone plays out.
Are we talking cupcakes or are we talking precipitation?
Precipitation. Nothing really to worry about just yet, but it is starting to spit out here a little bit. We'll get the vortex going, and hopefully we can finish this 34 still to go.
Well, the good news is we are past halfway, so it will be official. But we want to see the end of this one. 34 laps left to go.
J.R. Fitzpatrick once again will restart on the inside. Shea Gemmel has gone back to the high side. Jake Sheridan will restart third in the 52. Kyle Steckley in the 22 will restart fourth. Eric Della Riva, I've got to say, one of the drivers who's taken the best advantage of this choose rule here today. He'll restart from the 7th spot. Here we go, back to green off of turn number 4. They get on the loud pedals side by side into turn 1.
Into 1 and 2 they work, and off turn 2 now Fitzpatrick will clear the 3. Well, not quite. Gemmel's still there. Contact made. Now Sheridan in the mix. Here comes the 52 on the bottom.
The break for J.R. Fitzpatrick here is that he's got clear racetrack. Junior Farley drives it deep down into turn number 1, trying to get to the inside of Shea Gemmel. Gemmel will close the door in turn 3. Farley back up to the 4th spot. Then Danny Benedict racing side by side for 5th with Kyle Steckley.
Oh, a desperation move by Tyler DiMienzo. He'll get to the inside of Stoddy, boots him off. You see the 54 making ground on the bottom. That's Danny Benedict up into the top 5, and he's got the 22 pinned on the outside.
Whoa, contact between DiVincenzo and Josh Stoddy. Tom Gibbons says, I'll take advantage of that. Drives the inside of the 97, picks up a spot. So does Chase Pinsino.
Did the 17 get into the 97?
Not sure.
If he did, they're even. We'll see what Junior Farley can do, sitting 4th and putting the heat on the 3 of Gemmel. There you see Steckley and the 17 of Stoddy. They've been together for most of the event, right behind Eric Della Riva.
Deep in this field, Joe Lawrence trying to move forward in that 78 after making a pit stop, and yellow comes out. I believe that has to be for raindrops. Clinton?
It is definitely starting to pick up out here, guys. I would not doubt it. We don't have official word yet, but I would agree that it is most likely for rain on the Speedway right now.
So we roll under yellow. The pace truck waiting for the field to roll in. 71 laps are complete of the scheduled 100 lap distance. It takes a fair amount of rain on a racetrack that's running a race with almost 20 cars on it with 10-inch slicks. It makes the pavement awfully hot. So it takes a fair bit of rain to make an effect on the racing surface, but I do see someone with an umbrella out on the infield.
And I see people leaving the stands. That's never a good sign, Adam.
We are well back under the shelter here, so we can't really. It's hard for us to see what's going on out there. Clinton Jeffrey right in the middle of it all.
Yeah, Adam, it's just a light sprinkle out here. Like, I don't feel like we're getting wet. We can feel that it's coming down, but it hasn't really opened up yet. And hopefully it's just a passing little cloud here. Continue to click laps off here, though. Well, no, we're not. Counter stopped at 71 right now.
I'm watching even the photographers work moving around getting the checkered flag ready in victory lane. I don't see this race being over. But we don't make those decisions, and we're not even in the same room as the people who make those decisions, which is good. Those rooms are full of intensity, anxiety. I like it out here. Wow, look at this. We have a look at the weather radar. Where's that pen? There's that pen. It's not working. Don't try. I got to at least try. So we're in Millgrove, but basically dead center on that map. There is weather out there, but we're not feeling it right now.
Mostly because we're in the tower, but...
Oh, no, it works. Spence, you want to bring that up again? It'll be coloring time, arts and crafts time. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back on G-Force TV with the conclusion of the London Recreational Racing 100.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
The APC Series on G-Force TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway, where the cars have been led back into the pit area. But if they had considered, the race is not over, folks. If the race was over, they would have sent the winner to victory lane. They have not. They've sent the pace truck back to the pits. The cars are all lined up directly behind the pace truck. And we will await to see what the officials are thinking about.
I'm no weatherman, but I did stay at Holiday Express last night. When I look at the radar, and again, we do this all the time, it's looking like about 15, 20 minutes of rain, and that's it. So we'll see. Hopefully it's quick and we don't lose the track, and then we'll be able to get this one finished.
That sure would be nice. In the meantime, let's see if we can. I think we can. Red is going to be the color. We are right here. So as you look at the weather moving along, it looks like most of it is passing to the south of us. But I don't deal as well in weather maps as I do in walking outside and holding out my hands. Saying, are my hands wet or are my hands dry?
If it's wet,
it's raining.
There you go.
Or I'm sweaty. That happens a lot too.
He just pulled out a flash card up here too.
So I think the drivers are still in their cars. It's a long. We have the best vantage point you can have here in turn 1, except for that far corner of the pit area, which is where the cars are right now.
And mostly because it's not raining in here.
So, Clinton Jeffrey, I'm not sure, is it fair to volunteer you to go see Sean Gibbs so we can get an update on what the officials are saying? All of our camera operators are still in their position, so we're ready to rumble here. It's been a heck of a show for 71 laps. We'll give you the rundown as they run. J.R. Fitzpatrick in the number 84 is the race leader. Jake Sheridan, the 52, is second. The 3 of Shea Gemmell is third. 72, Junior Farley is fourth. Fifth is the 54 of Danny Benedict. 6th through 10th is the 74 of Eric Della Riva. The 22 of Kyle Steckley. 17, Josh Stoddy. 10, Tom Gibbons. And the 22 of Chase Pinsino. 11th on back, still on the lead lap, Cole Quinton in the 18, Blair Wickett in the 97, the 97D of Tyler DiVincenzo, the 78 of Joe Lawrence, and the 94 of Corey Luciano, as well as the 2 of Rick Burbridge in 16th. All of those drivers are on the lead lap. Clinton, what do you got for us?
I got Sean Gibbs down here. Gibbers, what can you tell us from the official side? What's going on the radio right now?
Just right now, we're just obviously under a weather delay right now. We just kind of got to wait this system out. Right now we've lost the track a little bit, so we're going to try to get the track worked in a little bit. And the cars are impounded right now on pit road, so weather will clear off at some point, and we'll get something going here and finish this race out. Another last 30 laps.
All right, they're here from official starter Sean Gibbs, guys. Their track is lost a little bit, but they're going to try and catch it back here. You'll see some trucks come out here and try and make some laps and try and get it back, guys, and try and save things here to get these last 29 in. As I say that, it picks up.
And we can see the vehicles heading out onto the racetrack. Even John Caselli with the golf carts headed that way. So let's have a word from Jake Sheridan after his last victory from Rivals Race Chat. We will show that for now until we make some progress here on the racetrack, fellas. Jake Sheridan, second career APC late model victory, and I got to say, did it in spectacular fashion. And I thought your victory lane interview was phenomenal. You got to throw in some of the stuff that frustrated you, Jake, but your story about watching your dad hold the Canadian flag and the checkered flag, and then you getting to do the same thing. That's what a victory lane interview is all about.
Yeah, man, for sure, guys. Thanks for having me here. It's pretty wild. It's just a lot of things I wanted to say. I didn't really get to get it out. It was pretty hot and wasn't really thinking 100%. It was a little emotional at the time, but just been fighting really hard for that one, really, for a long time. A lot of people say, you can want something too bad and it can hurt you. But that's the kind of reason we were there yesterday. We wanted it so bad. We worked really, really hard for a couple of years. We missed out on it. So it was really, really cool to get there and a pretty surreal moment. And to do it the way we did is just that much cooler, really.
Jake, before we get too much into the whole race itself, let's talk about that. The ambulance guys were brought up to your window right away. How hot was it in the car? Obviously, Ronnie was down there telling us to watch out for you, make sure when you stood up on the side, he made sure everybody's behind you. So what were you saying to your dad on the radio or your crew about the heat and what you were suffering with?
I think it was more a lack of what I was saying. I was having a hard time really just process normal things. Like it's the hottest I've ever been. Some things I've never really experienced before. Like the wall was getting pretty blurry there for a while, and I was hearing, I could hear Dad spotting for me, but it was kind of hard to make out. Couldn't really make out the words he was saying. It was just kind of starting to lose it. You're just kind of starting to daze off a little bit. So it was just hot, but we had it's just my fault really. Should be better prepared. I don't really bring a water bottle with me, and I don't really run a lot of cooling in that car. So It is what it is. But the motor spit out a valve cover gasket in the day, and I was kind of the only one that could get in there and try and fix it during practice. It was just so hot. I had my fire suit on, so I jumped out and was in there all day wrenching. You're just dripping sweat since 12 o'clock in the afternoon there. So it's just a combination of the day. We work outside in the heat. I'm just making excuses now at this point. It's someone else's fault but mine. So it's just hot, man. It's just hot. It happens to everybody. It happens to a lot of people that were on the podium. And I've seen them struggling on pit road. So I was hurting a little bit, but thankfully we got there. That caution went really, really long there at the end too, and that didn't help. So I didn't really get to say a whole lot. I got that helmet off pretty much just going into corner one. I was starting to do my stuff. It was just that's why I didn't say anything to my dad. That's why he was so nervous. I think I just didn't have the radio in. So once you win, though, those feelings start to kind of go away a little bit. I felt a lot better once we crossed the line.
It's a fast cure, Travis.
Oh, man, I just can't believe you could the wall was blurry. Man, that's intense to know that you drove through the field with that kind of stuff going on. Maybe time to invest in a big water bottle, though, for at the track. Because you looked like you were about ready to vomit. You and my mom noticed we were watching together.
I do good during the day, but it was only about right before, it was right that last caution is where it really got hot for me. Like only those last 10 laps I was fighting. Before that, you're still, you're green flag and you're clicking laps by, and it's a bit of a mental game too. Laps are going by, you're getting closer to the end, you're getting closer. There's lots of fresh air in the helmet blowers. You're moving. There's air coming in the car. You can put your hand out the window. Like we had a good enough lead there for a bit. I can run my hand out the window on a couple straightaways and get some air in, and that kind of stuff makes a big difference. But when you're sitting under caution for 25 laps and you got no fresh air coming in, and mentally you're not getting any closer to the end, that's harder.
Don, you make a great point there. I want to go back to you getting put to the back of the field, and you can talk about the choose rule if you like. I'm more interested in the state of mind at that point in the race. Did you have any thought that you could come back and contend for a win? What are your emotions like at that point?
I about lap 10. I think I said we got a really, really good race car today, and I was confident. I was surprised. Actually, my dad mentioned it too afterwards. Like I really wasn't that worked up. I was upset that we ended up going back there. I guess I was upset myself. I hit it, but here it is. And you see, I'd love to go through that there too. That what happened, but I didn't even
talk us through it.
I didn't even notice that Joe got a piece of it there too. No, but I was not worried when I went back there. I thought, well, we're here now, and I made my bet. I better lay in it and get up to another podium and not kill too many points. Be great. But thankfully, we had that long green flag run, and you just start clipping them off, man. You just get yourself you just got to keep yourself in a decent mind frame. And once we started passing a couple of cars, you're like, once you can see the front, I'm like, I'm in 10th, but I can see the front. It wouldn't take much to happen now. We can be there. So, no, it was an interesting view of that replay. It's just what happens there is, we didn't, how we were explained about what was going on, how it was explained to us wasn't exactly how I interpreted what happened at the time. I wasn't really ready for the cone to be so low on the track, and it sounds silly unless you're in it, but it's really hard to see of that left side A-pillar, and I sit pretty low in that car. So we're coming down here right now, and I'm thinking the cone is 2 lanes up higher than that. And I see the 84. I know coming to that cone, the 84 is going to pick the bottom. I can see the 84 car and the 17. I don't know why that made sense for me to go down there. And I see him go up it, and you see 2 cars split, and all of a sudden, there's a cone. Like there's the cone down there, and I'm thinking, I understood we had to split the cone. I had to pick the bottom side of the cone, and by the time I really realized what was going on, I see it. I'm behind the 84. I'm laying back a little bit. On the 84, I'm thinking he's going to go below that cone. I'm thinking right there, the 84 is picking the inside of the cone where he's at. So I'm thinking the cone's to his outside, and it's a whole nother lane lower than him. So just a misinterpretation on my part. I see it. I panicked to go down below it right away, and because I wanted the bomb behind the 84 car. So I think him and I both we were the first people to have to figure it out. Right? That was the first time the cone was there, and we were forced to find out right away. So we made a great example for everybody else. Everybody learned really quick off of us, and we paid the price, but it looked cool.
I want to ask you, now, first off, I think they're going to move the cone much higher on the racetrack next time. Just in listening into some conversation up there. But how motivating was it to have JR back there with you? You've got this natural rivalry. And for him to go.
I love this comment section.
How important was the battles? Yeah. How important were those battles on restarts?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, look at these comments. I'm trying to pay attention and read at the same time. Mr. Cohen, that's the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. That interview was awesome. No, it's, I'm back there. I'm thinking, my thinking, every time I go to the back with Jared Fitzpatrick or I'm starting behind him, I think this is perfect. We can just follow him. If I got good enough car to stick with him, he'll make some holes, and that's the way he does best. And he's done it for a long time. He knows how to move people out of the way and when to go, and hopefully he's on the same tire plan as me. So no, I thought this would be great. We'll see what we can do, and I wasn't too worried by a rivalry standpoint. I felt like we had a good enough car. If we kept our head on straight, that it was going to work out for us in the long run. So I gave it to him. He seemed like he wanted to go, so I was on the top and I tucked in behind him, and we just couldn't really get too far. So I ended up getting I had a really, really good run on the bottom of 3 and 4 all day long. And it just kind of worked out in traffic and timing that when we got him there, I can't remember if it was on a restart and he got bunched up, or if I passed him just in traffic. I can't remember, but it was exciting, and it worked out that I managed to realize where I had my abilities were at the beginning of the race. I realized that I had a really good run on the bottom of 3 and 4 early enough that I still left myself enough time to get through there, and I could kind of save my right rear tire on exit. So it just really, really worked out well in our favor that way. We learned that all at the right time, and JR and I were good. We came through the pack pretty hard together. So the choose rule sure threw a different aspect into us coming through the pack. We got split up a couple times top and bottom, and it's a tough decision. It's always a tough decision when you got maybe a car you don't want to be behind in both lanes. Where do you go? And that's where it makes it tough to come from the back to the front in this setting. But it sure was exciting to watch. I've watched the race probably 2 or 3 times, and it was an exciting day.
It was a hell of a show. Clint?
Jake, I got 2 parts for you. First off, are you a fan of the choose rule for the series? I mean, it seems to bring a lot of excitement. It shuffles the deck every caution. It may not be a pure speed thing, but from an entertainment value, it's great. And my other question is, why the hell are you guys up everybody's ass coming to this thing? The last 3 races, we've seen everybody on each other's bumper. You can hang back 4 car lengths. Why aren't you giving yourself as much time? I'm not picking on you. I'm just, as a fan, wondering, why are you guys all over each other when there's no real minimum speed limit? I'd be hanging back and counting as many as I could till they're yelling at me on the one-way.
I'm going to answer your second part first, is because we've played this game before, and you screw around and you screw around, and then make a rule about it. And then you're screwed, and you got to stay within a certain thing. So if you watch that replay again, I'm laying back about 7 car lengths there from JR, and that was probably the closest I went all day long. Yeah, see, I'm hanging back here, but that's the closest I've been. That's the closest I've been almost all day, because I was so confident in my lane. There's only 2 cars in front of me. At Peterborough, I couldn't believe they didn't yell at me, because I was running 10th at the time, and I was hanging back like 10, 12, like in the middle 3 and 4. When I was 5th, I was hanging back just because, it is hard for your spotter to count. Like we're still in the middle of figuring out a system. Do I want to hear how many pick the bottom? Do I want to hear 1, 2 in the bottom, 1, 2, 4 in the bottom, or do I want to hear numbers in the top, or do I want to hear 1 bottom, 1 top, 2 bottom, 1 top? We're still trying to figure out the quickest way for me to process exactly how to choose it, how to handle the choose rule. And it's a difficult thing. I haven't done it in a long time. I've been fortunate enough to do it in legend cars, but it's been a long time, and we didn't have spotters. So it's tough. I do hang. I like the hanging back thing, but I don't want to make it too obvious, because the world can hear it now. So that's why I don't want to make it too obvious for them to make a rule against it. So maybe they will now. But no, I think if everyone's doing it respectfully and not leaving 20 car lengths per car, and we're catching lap traffic on the pace up, I don't see why there should be a rule against that. So that's just how it works, especially for the first year. So. And then I will go back. I was going to just off it and ignore your first question, but I will go back since we're here now. I don't think it matters how I feel about it. I choose, there's a really great saying back in the day that I've heard a couple times, and if you get wrecked with somebody, it's 50% your fault because you agree to race with them. Well, I agree to race in this series every single weekend, and I still think the series is greater than a good or bad decision on the restart. So I wouldn't want to bring any negativity into this interview, but I think what they got is their vision is for the greater of the sport, and I really hope that that's what they get out of it.
So I'm gonna step in here because if you saw JR
Was that good, Clinton?
Fitzpatrick's,
Was that good?
Very political. I can hear the message.
JR put an apology about his interview. I'm sorry, I might have spoke too soon. I put a comment on there that got a little bit of love because we want the emotional response because that has more value, Jake. The answer you just gave was absolutely articulate. You said it so well. And it's like, that's not what I want to hear. I want to hear the Jake that gets out of the car and you can still see the frustration in his eyes so you know what he's about to tell you is the truth or the excitement in your eyes. But that perfectly illustrates you were very well spoken there, and that's a great answer to the question. I'd still rather ask you right after you get penalized by the choose rule or right after you really benefit from it, because it would be gold. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, and you know what? The interview right after the race gets you grumpy text messages from the race director. So this is a great response, and I'm very happy with what I've just done.
Oh my God.
There you go. That makes sense. Travis, what more do you have for Jake?
I just want to say, after his last time on here, I sent him Jake Biederman because Biederman and Hanley, both of them would be mean. Just Biederman would tell you about it, whereas Hanley, you know what I mean? He wouldn't be quite as vocal about it, but I loved his last interview, to be fair. But I want to go, what I noticed about the victory lane was your little bro checking the tire pressures while everyone else was in super victory mode. And to just talk about the Sheridan family, that story you told in victory lane was awesome. I didn't know that about Rocket. And then just tell us what it's like being Rocket's son and Nick's brother. He's your little crew chief. I love that.
I'm really happy you brought this up because I was going to have to bring in here at some point. But Nikki is we were just talking about this actually at dinner. It is so cool to see the young people that we've all got. I'm the oldest one other than my dad with tires and spotting. Other than that, the guys are working over the wall on the pit road. Mikey Verboom and I are about the same age. Everyone else is younger than us. So it's so cool to, Clinton do the interview with Nikki as the crew chief, and he's a real crew chief. He really had one of the biggest roles in winning that race. He's not just my little brother Nick. He's Nick Sheridan, the 52 cars crew chief, and he played a huge role in doing that deal. And it's pretty awesome for him to make his own name for himself. And I don't do things as traditional, maybe sometimes, as my dad did. So I'm kind of making my own name for himself. And we're all just, my dad's Ron Sheridan, I'm Jake, and Nick is Nick. Nick's not my brother, and I'm not dad's son. We're all each our own person. And it's really, really cool to do that. But it's pretty awesome to have that interview with Nicky. And, he's so smart and so good with the race cars. We see it in the dirt with his SRP program going on, and he's doing a great job there working in the shop, and he's doing a great job working on our cars. I couldn't ask for anybody better to work with. We work well together, and I'm a little bit more of the grunter and mechanical guy, and he's the finesse and the fast guy. So it's really cool, and we have a really good team and a really good dynamic together on the racetrack, especially in a situation we're at on the weekend, going to the back of the front. Dad and Nick are both super good on the radio with me, and we just, Nikki was calm and Dad was calm, and Dad did a great job spotting. I wouldn't be where I'm at today without my dad and all the great things he's done for me, and he's a really good spotter, and he gets me. So he does a great job, and the things he does for us during the week is pretty special. So I couldn't ask. It wouldn't happen if we didn't have the people we did, and the fact that we're families makes it that much better.
Well, your not brother Nick just gave you kisses in the chat.
I just like seeing the comments. It's not as cool anymore.
No, but just to jump in on something, from the outside, a lot of people may not know. Your dad is a veteran guy, and a lot of dads will be down there making sure everything's going right. Your dad basically leaves you guys to your own devices in the pits. He goes up in and is a spotter, but it's great that you have this junior six-pack of guys who are just kicking ass. And, I saw the same thing about Nick. As you're working on your celebration, he's taking tire pressures, as Travis said, and writing notes for next race, which is super cool. The other thing that I took of that as a brother who races, and I got Mikey out there, was how proud he was of you. During his as we're interviewing him, he's watching you do their burn. He goes, "Oh, look at him! That's awesome! Look at him go!" Like he was super proud of you too. So I mean, it's just super cool. I got one last question for you. Where does Mom watch the races from?
Mom was there on the weekend in Delaware, and it's really cool because she actually, I feel bad. A lot of weekends she's working. So when we go ATC racing and tour around, she works weekends. So she's super supportive, and she plays a huge role in this program. Obviously, not just from working on race cars point of view, but from bookkeeping and organizing the stuff that I mess up, and organizing the bills that I forget to hand in, and doing all that kind of stuff. So she looks after us and keeps us straight that way. And she looks after all the food for all the guys. Everyone comes there with fresh homemade sandwiches, and that's one of the things all the guys like about working with us. So she's a huge role. She does everything, hangs out and helps out with every single aspect of it she can. And I'm really happy that she got to be there for this one on the weekend. It makes a big difference for us. And being close like this and being at home and her being there is pretty awesome. There's little things like that a lot of people don't get to see. So the racing community is a super family orientated deal, and there's things going through people's heads, and when they're racing and when they're victory lane and when they're making a move on a guy that you guys don't understand, maybe from looking on the outside in, there's so much going on inside these guys' heads, and that stuff like that's pretty special. So I'm actually really happy you brought that up, and it was a cool one for this weekend.
That's awesome, Jake. Really good interview. Thank you for being so open. I've only got one more thing and we'll let you go. Super tight points battle. Who does that favor? Who is the favorite, given the fact that there's not one or two people battling for a title? There's 5 or 6.
Man, I don't know how you can pick right now. There's 5 of us all within, 6 points? Is JR 1 point behind me or 2 points behind me? I don't know. I'm 4th, 4 points out of first. Like, that's pretty crazy. Like, but it's at the same time, it's a lot. Like, that takes more than one race to make back. This point system is so tight, like 1 point per position and 2 bonus points for leading if you count your leading a lap, or for winning, if you count leading a lap. That doesn't leave a lot of room to make up time. And not getting points for qualifying is confusing to me, but it makes it also makes it that much tighter. Like makes that much tighter of a battle. Mm-hmm. So no, I don't know how you can say anyone's favorite. The 22 car has obviously shown speed every single track we've been to this year. Like you started out the year a little rough at Sunset, we were decent, but he's been fast at Flamboro, fast at Peterborough, was fast again at Delaware. So, JR is going to be a huge threat, obviously. He obviously dominated at Flamboro, and that's where we're going next. So that's great, but that kind of sucks that race isn't at the end of the year for him if he had a really close battle. So, but to save the best for last, I don't really know how you can't think of Joe Lawrence. Every track we've been to, he's either been on the podium, if not top 5. Like Peterborough, phenomenal race, racing for the lead with Steckley, who dominated all day long. Flamboro did great. Sunset drove by all of us, drove by me with 10 to go, or to take my podium away from me. Like, and still on the podium at Delaware. Like, if you we had a track that was really good for us. JR had a track that was really good for him, and Danny Benedict won at his home track. That kind of stuff all really makes a lot of sense. Joe Lawrence has been out there and been on the podium every single track, and that guy is a threat. That guy is a problem. He's going to gain points every single week he goes to. So I said the 78 car has got to be one of the favorites, if not the 22. So we're just going to have to do our best just to not break. That's kind of we got to make sure no matter what happens, we got to be able to capitalize. If they wreck or they get racing or blow a tire or something breaks, we got to make sure we're there without any problems. And that's going to be our best chance at sealing something like that up. So we're going to do the best we can in the shop. And obviously the best we can on the racetrack. And if we have cars like we did this weekend, there's no reason why we can't get a couple more wins.
There you go. Jake, thanks for being on. Again, great interview, man. That was fun.
Man, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Always have fun being here.
Cars are refired and headed back out onto the racing surface. 71 laps complete in the London Recreational Racing 100. And Jamie, even I can figure out that leaves 29 remaining.
That's pretty close. I said 15 or 20 minutes on the rain. So we're in good shape here.
Track looks fantastic.
I got a question for Jamie.
Yes.
Since he knew exactly how many miles we had to race here today, How many miles is 29 laps?
9.67.
Now, wait a minute, Jamie. Was that a calculated answer, or was that like Adam just pulling it out of his head?
No. I did that one all upstairs. Yet, Adam can no calculators up here.
I can attest to that. I can confirm. And you can see from the great shots Abby is giving us from up in the drone, the track is dry. Now, why does the light shining in turns 1 and 2 look like it's pulsating from the drone camera, but not when you look down there in 1 and 2? Did you look at that? It looks like the light is flashing, but when you look out here, the light is not flashing. Well, that's the weirdest thing. So it must be. So that must be the generator. You know when your lawnmower does that a little bit when it's not sure if it wants to stay running. But when we look out with the human eye, we can't see that.
My lawnmower does that because I usually haven't cut the grass in 3 weeks.
We're busy people in the summertime.
I want to see what happens with Mr. Cone here.
Well, it will be an interesting choice. You know, we've seen Sheridan, we've seen Gemmel go up there. I mean, at what point? I think it's more important to these drivers to race for the win than it is to protect points. I don't think they have a mindset of being careful out there. Do you, Jamie?
Probably not. I mean, we're only halfway through the season. They're obviously chasing points, but a lot of other stuff up for grabs. And one car we don't see out there, speaking of points, is your point leader, Joe Lawrence. So we saw that car go up on jack stands on the right side of it just before the rain started. And Adam, this changes everything.
It does so. That car's down into the pits. It's still pointed in the right direction, but I can't see a real flurry of activity around it. I believe the choose cone is going to be placed out onto the front straightaway fairly soon. The official kind of looking up, waiting for instruction. Has not been instructed to do so just yet. Work could not be performed on these cars while the red flag was out, while the weather delay was in effect. So they would have had to wait until the yellow came out. So this could be courtesy laps being given right now to Joe Lawrence.
These cars also put a lot of heat in the track, so just maybe making sure everything is tip-top and ready to go. And for those of you keeping score at home or by yourself, I did the math so you don't have to. And the way I've got it looking, the way they are sitting right now, you would have Danny Benedict leading here with a 1-point lead over J.R. Fitzpatrick and Jake Sheridan.
78 car is rolling. I trust your math, Jamie.
That is assuming that we don't sit with the scores right now. That is assuming that second bonus point for leading the most laps has gone to J.R. Fitzpatrick, which I'm pretty sure that would be a safe bet at this point.
I think it would be. So Lawrence back on track in that 78. Our Cone official is leaning on Mr. Cone, ready to spring into action at any minute.
Lawrence, your point leader, has got some ground to make up here in the last 9.67 miles of this 100-lap London Recreational Racing 100. You see 29 left to go.
16 cars on the lead lap. J.R. Fitzpatrick is the leader. The 2 of Rick Burbridge is in 16th place in that blue number 2. So everything between those 2 cars, they're all on the lead lap looking for a great finish. You never know how a car is going to react. Even under yellow flag, when they go back to green, you never know what might have changed, if the stagger closed up. So to take them into the pits and bring them to a complete stop and then bring them back out again,
It's a crapshoot. Nobody set the car up for this earlier today.
So they're going to let them wind these cars up just a little bit, bring them up to speed.
Couple laps is all it should take to finish the drying process here and making sure everything is good to go.
One thing that impressed me on the earlier restart where Jake Sheridan started on the outside of the front row, he was so confident in the line he ran on the outside. Normally you see them shift a little bit in the turns. He drove that car into the corner, knew exactly where he wanted to be, and stayed there on the exit of turn 2. And really, he led the next lap. He led the first lap after the restart before J.R. Fitzpatrick was able to get back by him and secure that lead once again. I'm actually a little bit surprised Jake Sheridan isn't running that outside groove just to see what it feels like up there.
Hard to believe Jake Sheridan's still only 21 years old, eh? He's been at this for a while.
He's a seasoned veteran.
Course winner last time out, Canada Day 100 at Delaware Speedway. Had his first career win last summer at Sauble.
This is round number 5 of the 2023 APC Series, presented by Castrol. We've not had a repeat winner yet this season. Danny Benedict, Kyle Steckley, Jake Sheridan, J.R. Fitzpatrick are 4 winners so far on the year.
And I would suggest that, Adam, the way it's looking tonight, 2 best cars on property, we're going to see a second-time winner here tonight, because those are the 2 guys up front. Pretty much been the class of the field here this evening. Sheridan and Fitzpatrick are able to move from deep in the pack up to the lead early.
Mr. Cohn has been placed at the start-finish line. It is time to choose.
And the drone right down there, the Cohn drone.
Abby does a great job.
So the pace truck picks the bottom. So does Fitzpatrick and Sheridan.
Gemmel going to go to the high side. Farley to the inside. Benedict to the inside. Della Riva to the high side. Tom Gibbons is going to advance a number of positions. And Rick Burbridge, who was dead last on the lead lap, is going to move up into the top 10, maybe as far up as 8th. Wow. From 16th to 8th because of the shoes cone.
Joe Lawrence getting some spots as well, thanks to the charity cone there. 29 laps left to decide this one. London Recreational Racing's 100. At the end of this one, we will be halfway through our 2023 season. Next race, 3 weeks in Sauble, but we still got less than 10 miles to decide this one tonight. Fitzpatrick on the bottom. Gemmel up top, Green in the air. They'll race down into one. They'll go, oh, we got one spinning through the grass. Gibbons and Steckley was looking at the fuel cell of Junior Farley and drove him right into the spinning Tom Gibbons.
So the yellow is out. I believe we'll see a red flag displayed. Yep, red flag coming out.
Chase Pensino, that left rear tire definitely flat on that car. I didn't see how it started by the time I picked it up.
Junior Farley's giving some hand signals right now. And he's climbing out of that 72 machine, and I don't think he's too happy.
By the time I saw it, Gibbons was backwards heading into the corner. Farley had to check up and Steckley with nowhere to go. Clint down there for the blow-by-blow.
Oh, Clinton won't miss a swing.
Junior out of the car here. And get ready to go here with Steckley's out of his car. It is mangled up pretty good for him as well. Windshield broken on the 22. We'll get them a second to get straightened out here, and we'll jump in.
Yeah, that was just a wild exchange. Spencer, let's get at the replays. Let's have a look at some of the replays that we've got before we interview these drivers. So down into one, third row on the inside, Junior Farley in the...
A lot of damage.
Okay, Tom Gibbons came across the nose of Farley in the 10 machine.
Gibbons tried to change lanes on the straightaway and was not clear. And I can see why Junior Farley's upset.
Well, guys, Tom Gibbons, flat left rear, and something bent in the rear end. I'm not sure whether the rear end is tore out of it or not. Jack, shoot over here on this 10 car as he tries to drive away. He's got a bad wheel on the left rear. Either that or the rear end is out of this 10 car. And Gibbons knows it now, and he shuts it down. He's going to need a hook as well. So we'll come back here to this action, and what a disaster it is. The Steckley car's got the windshield tore right out of it.
Now,
the
Clint,
right front is through there. Go ahead.
I'm not sure why Farley... I don't know that 72 car couldn't continue.
Well, let's get in there and assess this damage here. Junior's over here checking out on the front end of this car. And I agree.
You had to see the replays. It was he actually didn't get a ton of contact.
The best thing that happened to him was it went up in the air, right?
Yeah.
Junior, what happened out here? And can your car continue? It doesn't look that bad.
We'll have to see once we get it off. Guys, Tommy just got right down in front of us. Run Tommy a long time up at the beach. We always run each other clean. Yeah, he knows he screwed up. I'm not going to make a big deal of it. It just sucks. We're finally having a good run.
All right, we'll watch and get Junior get back there and see if he can get this car apart. The other thing I want you to see is this Steckley car when they take the one off. It is right through the dashboard and the windshield here of the Steckley 22.
Yeah, unless there's something punched out from the bottom like the oil pan, the radiators. We have a couple more looks at these replays. The 10 coming across the nose of the 72, and then every man for themselves at that point.
Kyle Steckley, looked like you didn't have anywhere to go. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. The car's pretty rough, though. Yeah, I had nowhere to go there. I think I just seen the 10 cut across, and, everyone checked up. I tried to go low as soon as I could. I just got piled into the back of, and pretty scary seeing a tire go through your front windshield, but I'm okay. These cars are safe, and we'll rebuild and be back.
Good news, Kyle. Guys, if you look here, the window is torn out. The tire's right through it. And Jack, maybe you want to take a look from Kyle's viewpoint in the cockpit and see what he would see there with that big tire and everything coming right into the window. And what a view that is in the cockpit as you see that big right front American Racer coming right into your lap, guys.
Kyle, how's the tire wear on Junior Farley's car tonight?
No kidding. And they are. These are well-built race cars. Farley's car going to be lifted up in the air, and I will be curious. It looks like the front tires are both pointed in the same direction.
Here's where tow truck driver Gary Colling makes his money right here, Adam.
So they'll lift. I would imagine they'll lift the 72 up as high as they can and then try to pull the 22 backwards.
So now everybody's going to try and push the 22 car back here out from underneath the 72 of Junior Farley. And Junior and Kyle and everybody's in there trying to work it out. They've got a wheel chock in here to make sure nobody rolls out. Now they're going to back the 22 up, and we'll get a look at that. And all kinds of damage here on the 22 car. As you can see, hood, windshield, right front fender, and all kinds of other problems. Now the question is the 72. What ails it? Junior running around to get in the cockpit, guys. He's getting back in to see what ails the 72.
So what they'll have to look at is all the duct work at the front. They'll have to make sure that the duct to the radiator is clear, still getting air into the engine to cool it, the ducts to the brakes, because he did crunch the front a little bit when he got into Tom, but otherwise the car went up.
Just give him the Dale Earnhardt. Will it crank? Well,
Yeah.
will that thing crank over? Okay, well, then let's go.
And then you always want to be the first car to get towed away from an accident because that gives them more time with the crew because they're going to have to lift up the 10 of Tom Gibbons. They're going to have to lift up the 22 of Kyle Steckley, possibly the 22 of Chase Pincinot. So Farley, they can get that 72 car back to the pit so that Dale Shaw and the rest of that team, they can't work on it under red, but you sure can get the tools ready and know what you want to do when the time comes.
Well, guys, all kinds of problems here. You can see the roof collapsed. Obviously, the right front fender's gone. Got other problems here. You know, Brad's been knocked around. All kinds of bars pushed down, ductwork out. It's going to be a week of work here for the Steckley crew to get this one repaired. Car did a job, though. All the main bars look good. Well, it's just the bolt on the bumpers and the body that looks like it's going to be a problem, guys. And, of course, that windshield.
And for people worrying because the right side of the roof is so caved in, there's nothing to support the right side of the roof. They save as much weight as they can over there. So the structure of the cockpit is from the center of the car to the left side of the car, and they will collapse. So we'll have another look here. This will give us a great look.
Sorry, Adam.
Gibbons trying to clear himself in front of Junior
Tom,
Farley.
what happened out there?
Had a good jump on Junior there. Thought we were clear enough to get down in and misjudged it. I take full responsibility for that. I apologize to the cars that caught up in it.
Well, it's really gentlemen of your Tom, let's talk about this left rear. It looks like it's cattywampus out there. Do you know if it's a rear end or just a rim?
We're hoping it's just tire and rim. We're going to get to the pits here, and the guys can have a look at it.
There we have it. Tom Gibbons giving us his side of things, guys, and saying it's on him.
Tough break for the youngster Cole Quinton. He was having a good run in that stage. It was style number 18. We saw him get in the mix there. I believe he was up in the top 10 there before that happened.
Well, once this all shakes out, it'll be interesting to see who is in what position. You know, drivers that got through that, a lot of drivers did a great job finding a hole. They had to go way up towards the wall, up where the loose stuff is, where it's tough to find any grip. But a few cars squirted through the outside, and when we get back to yellow flag conditions, we'll know what the restart order is going to be.
Darrell traded in the bike for the golf cart this week.
I wonder what the rule is about having a windshield.
Well, just a man walked right into my microphone again. Darrell, head of tech, what is the rule about windshields? You must have one, right?
You must have a windshield to be safe, yes.
So this car, even if it was able to drive with the windshield, it would be black flagged?
Yes.
Thank you. Darrell Timmermans, head of tech right there, walked right into that one, guys.
And I'm sure he regrets it already. We've always got a question for Darrell. So Steckley being loaded up onto the flat deck there. And they'll take that once beautiful APC number 22 back to the pits. All the while, Junior Farley 72 has been dropped in the shop pit. So they can start assessing the damage, grabbing tools, getting them ready for when the red flag is lifted. Because once they go to yellow, the crew can start their work.
And you want to talk about a night and day performance compared to the last time out for the Shaw Motorsports crew. The last time out at Delaware, Blair Wickett didn't even take the green flag. Della Riva, we talked about it, wadded that thing up off turn 2, and then the Farley car broke as well. Junior Farley's been running up front here tonight. You see Eric Della Riva, I believe he's going to restart about 4th. And Blair Wickett's still running out there.
And we're going to take a break. When we come back, we will reset the field, and it'll be time for the conclusion of the London Recreational 100 right here on G-Force TV.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
Goodbye, you piece of Let's take it to TKC.
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick and Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at GeForceTV.net and start watching today. The APC Series on GeForce TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more.
Welcome back to Flamboro Speedway, where I thought we were going to have a word with Josh Dottie, the driver of that Ridgeline 17, but he is practicing his three-point turns.
Yeah, he waited right till we got out of commercial to get in there. Of course, Josh is involved in that one. The other car involved in that one is this Chase Pinsnow 22. Flat left rear on this car. He's got his transponder dragging. The hood's punched out on it. Chase, what do you know about your situation? What have they told you?
Well, all I know right now is we got a left rear flat. We're going to try to fix it up, see if we can't get back out there. It's looking pretty rough, but we're going to see if we can make something okay out of this.
All right, they're here from Chase Pinsnow, guys. They're going to work on trying to get the hood back together for him in this left rear. The other problem Chase has is he has a transponder dragging on the back end of this car right now, guys, and that's something that they're going to have to deal with here, and hopefully it doesn't tear off and he'll lose it.
So Tom Gibbons didn't need a tow truck. He was just waiting for the yellow flag to be displayed. Josh Stoddy going to head into the pits. Chase Pinsnow, I believe, is going to complete that turnaround in the 22 machine.
He's having a tough time with no left rear, though.
And he'll head back to the pits. A lot of the pretty has been worn off some of these race cars. So once we get rolling under yellow, obviously J.R. Fitzpatrick in that 84 is the race leader. Jake Sheridan scored in the second spot in the 52. Third is the 3 of Shea Gemmel, and here's where it gets pretty interesting. Unofficially, fourth should be Danny Benedict in the 54. Fifth to Eric Della Riva in the 74. Sixth after restarting 16th. He was 16th a lap ago, and now he is sixth. It's Rick Burbridge in the number 2.
He made the right choices getting through that.
Well, not just with the choose lane, but being a home track racer and being a veteran. Rick Burbridge has been around a long, long time. You know where to go. You know where these accidents often land, and he was able to squeeze that 2 machine where he needed to. Looks like DiVincenzo going to go ahead of that 2. Corey Luciano will remain behind the 2 of Rick Burbridge. No, he's going to go around as well. So,
how about this for Joe Lawrence? He was at one point the point leader coming in today, and then all of a sudden when he had it on jack stands, it looks like he could have been out of the championship picture, period. And now he's back out there, and what do you got him in 8th, 9th spot, maybe?
Here's why Rick Burbridge is going so far back. Because they didn't complete a lap, he has still scored 16th. You remove the cars that were in the accident, but he doesn't, so he never was scored in the 6th spot. where he restarted until they completed a lap and he was in that spot. So you go back to that completed lap where he was scored 16th. Just take out the accident cars.
Still shook out pretty good for him, though.
Yeah, he still came out ahead. It's a tough one to explain, but it came up at Peterborough.
There's Junior Farley in the 72. He is back out on the Speedway, folks.
How about a round of applause for Junior Farley and that Shaw Motorsports team for getting that car back together. He spun around like a top on the air cleaner of Kyle Steckley. But that PV Mart Burn Workwear 72, he still got a shot at a great finish.
Try to make the best of it here. He's 14th coming into tonight in points, so a chance to really close in on that top 10 for Junior Farley.
Now, Blair Wickett in the 97, this blows my mind. He's still on the lead lap, but for the past 5 years, I have watched Blair Wickett. I've known Blair Wickett very well. I pull for him. For the last 5 years, if there's an accident on the track, that 97 is drawn to it like a magnet. It can have nothing to do with him, but he will wind up in it somehow. So to see that car still out on the racetrack, I'm happy for Blair. I'd love to see him get to the end of this one unscathed.
Stoddy's back out on the Speedway just without a hood. So he has survived in that Ridgeline Lubricants machine.
All the cool kids are doing it.
Taking the hoods off?
Take your hood off.
Sure. Put the Mickey Mantle rookie in the spokes of your bike while you're at it.
That's it. A couple of cars still in the pits that I expect we'll see back. I would think Tom Gibbons in the 10, Chase Pinsnow in the 22.
I would not expect to see the 22 back out there.
Not that 22.
No.
No, Kyle Steckley's night is likely done. Mr. Cone is still standing on the infield.
Has not been hit yet tonight. I don't even think we had a close call with the Cone yet.
Should we give an honorary name to the person who handles Mr. Cone? Let's work on that.
The Cone Wrangler. That's the best I can come up with.
Well, it was short notice, but I think for the next race, since we have built a greater cone,
it could be the best cone ever.
He could be the cone head because he is the head official of the cone. Again, I think we can do better.
My guess is we might have some licensing problems with that one in Saturday Night Live.
With Dan Aykroyd? Looking back into the pit area, it looks like, is that Gibbons' car nosed into his trailer? So if you're nosed into the trailer, that's generally not a good thing. That usually means your day is probably over. I believe we're seeing Chase Pinsnow back on the track in the 22. The cone making its way to the front stretch. So what's it going to be, ladies and gentlemen?
Looks like the only cars we've lost, Steckley, Gibbons, and Cole Quinton.
We can be confident what J.R. Fitzpatrick's going to do.
We know where he's going.
Jake Sheridan stays to the inside. Shake Gemmel to the everybody. Wow. Maybe they're doing it. Oh, it's a single file.
Oh, and we just had our first cone casualty. Corey Luciano just hit the cone.
Junior Farley is the only driver who went to the outside of the cone. Spencer, we need a replay of that, but unofficially,
Junior Farley should be starting on the outside front row. Yes.
Outside pole. Unless they're going to a single file restart, but why would they put the cone out for a single file restart? The 94 should go to the back because he hit the cone. You saw the same thing I did, right?
I did. They put the cone out there. Junior Farley should be on the outside of the front row.
Unless race director Trevor Hambley did not announce to the spotters that they were making the choose rule that lap.
Okay, maybe that was maybe we're having a do-over.
Cone going back out, guys. So I think that's probably correct, Adam.
Man, oh man, that would have been exciting. I love that Junior Farley had the wherewithal to go to the outside of the cone.
Okay, the cone is out there. It's in play now. So can you get a penalty for hitting the cone if the cone really wasn't supposed to be there?
No. Okay, well, that wasn't as exciting. But a good game for Tyler DiVincenzo, Blair Wickett. "71 laps still complete." We did not score an official lap there. So there's still 29 laps to go.
Fitzpatrick, Gemmel, and Jake Sheridan going to do it all over again here. Danny Benedict still in the mix as well.
Pace truck peels off the inside of the racetrack, leaving J.R. Fitzpatrick and Shea Gemmel to power up at a turn number 4, back to the green. Problem for Shea Gemmel in the 3. That car did not take off.
Cost him a couple spots. Fitzpatrick, or Sheridan gets by in the bottom. Eric De La Riva fills that hole as well. You got Danny Benedict in the mix. Meanwhile, out front, all J.R. Fitzpatrick. He's able to gap Sheridan by half a car length into 1.
De La Riva with a great restart. He's not going to give up that inside lane. Drives it in deep, rubs up the side of Shea Gemmel. They remain side by side for 3rd.
What a battle. The BDR seating machine, the Canusa Automotive, number 3 of Gemmel on the high side. De La Riva fighting for all he's worth on the bottom. Oh, and he gets into Gemmel. Gets hit from behind by Benedict after he lifted. And they are tangled up. We got Luciano around as well.
Blair Wickett comes through there smelling like a rose. I don't know what happened there with Benedict and Eric De La Riva.
Well, De La Riva got into the door of Gemmel, and I think when he lifted to let Gemmel get going and to get his car to turn left, Benedict was right there. You can see the damage to the right front of the 54 Benedict, and he's going pit side. So, wow.
Well, have a look.
Takes another flip.
Have a look at the replay. The 74 went way up the track, and yeah, they just locked together. The 54 of Danny Benedict, the 74 of Eric De La Riva slid up towards the walls. We have another look here. Wow, Joe Lawrence, nice bit of driving by the 78 of Joe Lawrence to just squeeze his way through there. De La Riva with some damage to the hood. It's buckled up there on that 74. He's going to stay on the racetrack. Wasn't sure if he would go into the attention of his crew to have that serviced. And De La Riva was driving that car hard. He was driving in as deep as he could into the corners on the inside, using the old 8 tires turn better than 4.
Tough to tell from that replay, but I mean, the 3 might have pinched him down too. They were racing hard for that 3rd spot for sure.
LED lights are amazing. They don't make a lot of heat. Like old school lights, that program would be on fire. Clinton, what's going on?
Here's some debris they found near the front straightaway, guys. The question is, what is it and who does it belong to? But either way, that's a good piece of metal and spring action they found right by the start-finish line here.
I'm no mechanic, Adam, but that kind of looks important.
Hey, where's Daryl? Is that a legal part?
Can you run without one of those?
Yeah, funny you mentioned that. Trevor Hamley has asked that it be handed in by the safety crew at the end of the race, so they're going to be checking it out.
Here comes the cone once again. J.R. Fitzpatrick's going to choose the inside.
Hands down. Does Sheridan take a spin to the outside? No. But Gemmel's going to give it another whirl. Blair Wickett will go to the inside. He'll restart 5th. Tyler DiVincenzo up into 4th on the restart.
Junior Farley will be up in the 6th spot in that 72.
Who would have thought 10 minutes ago he was on top of somebody else's car?
I do love that choose rule.
Going to get the one to go sign at the line, this time by
73 laps are complete, 27 laps remain. It's a sprint to the finish. Danny Benedict back on track in that 54 machine. he might get called back to the inside lane. I think if you come out of the pits on the last lap of a restart, you're supposed to go to the end of the longest line.
He did not get to cone up there.
Yellow lights come back on, so you don't get the advantage. I think the yellow lights have come on so they can put the 54 to the tail of the inside row. And these are new rules for the officials as well, right, to officiate. So they've got to catch these things. They've got Pete Gutler and they've got Nathan Christensen up in the tower. And I'll tell you, not much escapes those two.
And again, if you recall, Peterborough this year, we saw the first penalty on the choose cone. Trayton Lapsevich went by the start-finish line at the bottom, saw the opening at the top, jumped to the outside. They put him back. Should have went to the back of the pack the same way when Fitzpatrick and Sheridan hit the cone at Delaware.
And Jeff Lapsevich is still irritated that we only call out Trayton when there were other drivers as well. Because I
think he was the one that got caught.
He was the one that got caught. We'll clarify that, so my next text message from Jeff is a friendly one. It's always friendly.
Hey, kudos for trying, though.
If
Junior Farley had pulled that off the last last restart.
That would have been cool. Fitzpatrick down low in the 84. Shea Gemmel up high in the number 3. They're back to the green flag.
Let's see what Gemmel can do. He gets a good start on the outside. He'll try to pinch Fitzpatrick down as much as he can. They're still door handle to door handle. Don't count Shea Gemmel out of this one.
Shea Gemmel working that high side. Jake Sheridan right tucked in behind the 84. J.R. Fitzpatrick, they run down into turn number 1. It's Fitzpatrick by about 2 feet over Gemmel.
Gemmel's got about 3 laps to get this done before he won't stand a chance in the outside groove. This is lap 2 this time by. He has got to go to the wick if he's going to make this work in the high side. And it looks like Fitzpatrick's going to clear Gemmel.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick just going a little bit higher off the exit of the corner each time until Shea Gemmel didn't have room to operate out there. He'll slot into the 3rd spot just ahead of Blair Wickett in the 97.
Great job by the Polar Blair, having the run of his life up into 4th spot in that beautiful maroon and white number 97. Rick Burbridge having a great run up in 5th. And how about Junior Farley from the hood of Kyle Steckley's car up into 6th here in the late going.
Things have strung out here single file with 23 laps to go. J.R. Fitzpatrick out in front by about 3 car lengths over Jake Sheridan. Does Sheridan have a late race charge in him?
I think Sheridan's got his hands full with that 3 car of Shea Gemmel. Gemmel in the APC can use some Miami muscle entry. Working that Pride Seeds 52 down the backstretch. Gemmel takes a peek into turn 3. Not going to be in there far enough to make the move.
He'll tuck in line down the front stretch and look to the inside once again. Gemmel is filling the rearview mirror of Jake Sheridan in that 52. He'll shadow him down the backstretch again, sticks his nose out just a little bit, but he'll follow him through 3 and 4.
Sheridan still holds serve off turn 4 on 2nd place, but Gemmel putting the heat on that 52. He's been doing it for a few laps. Gemmel right there, just waiting for the 52 to make a mistake.
Blair Wickett in the 97. He's looking good the last couple of turns. He might be closing the gap on the battle with the 52 and the 3 as well as they race down into 1 and 2. Gemmel about a half a car width lower on the racetrack than Sheridan in the 52.
This is what J.R. Fitzpatrick wanted to see in that rearview mirror. 18 to go at the line this time by. He has opened it up. Call it 10 car lengths over Jake Sheridan in 2nd.
Shea Gemmel again enters the corner half a car width lower than the 52 of Sheridan, but by the time they get to the middle of the turn, he's right in the tire tracks of that 52. Not this time, looks to the inside in 4.
Another guy making a late rally after all the problems we've documented for Joe Lawrence today. Here comes Gemmel now into the inside of Sheridan. He's got position. Going to fill you in that Joe Lawrence now up in the 7th spot in that 78, but what a battle for 2nd. Gemmel and Sheridan aren't done off turn 2.
Rubbing fenders down through the turn. Sheridan behind the 3 of Shea Gemmel. Let's see what he does as he tails him down the front straightaway. They race towards turn number 1. Gemmel puts a half a car length between himself and the 52.
Great battle for 2nd over the last few laps between Gemmel and Sheridan. Gemmel finally gets it done. It's allowed J.R. Fitzpatrick to open that lead up to about 15 car lengths over Gemmel.
Blair Wicket closing in on the 52. That's a battle for the third spot. Wicket right now hanging on to fourth, which I believe would be a career best finish in the APC series for Wicket.
Meanwhile, the champ going to the wick down in 3 and 4. Joe Lawrence just had Junior Farley sideways. Had to lift Stoddy all over that rear bumper of the 78. As you see, second, third, and fourth working through turns 3 and 4. Gemmell, Sheridan, and Blair Wicket.
Closing in on 10 laps to go in this London Recreational Racing 100. Fitzpatrick nearly half a straightaway ahead, but the battle for second continues to rage on. Shea Gemmell holding off Jake Sheridan by the narrowest of margins.
That battle's great, about a straightaway behind. Great battles going on between Stoddy and Eric Della Riva. As you see, the 97 of Blair Wicket trying to get that horsepower to the rear tires on the bottom groove, trying to be a factor to go to the podium for the first time.
Corey Luciano way up the racetrack in 3 and 4. That opens the door for Danny Benedict in the 54. He'll drive up the inside of the 94 machine. Luciano closes the door. 9 laps to go for Fitzpatrick.
Benedict on damage control at the back of the pack right now, but up front. Oh, we got one in the wall. Your leader in the wall. J.R. Fitzpatrick just hit the wall in turn 1.
What on earth? J.R. Fitzpatrick up against the outside wall. The window net comes down.
He had a 15-car length lead.
The fact that the window net came down, well, he might have clobbered the wall. I didn't see it at all. We're watching the battle for second. Clinton Jeffrey on his way over.
Wow, this changes everything.
Safety crew is on the scene. Fitzpatrick with the window net down. That's the first cue to a driver that they don't need assistance as we look. Oh man, did he ever hit that wall hard. And he had to have blown out a right front. Like at that point in the corner, it looked like the car started to make the turn down into 1 and then just went straight up the track from corner entry. So it didn't look like a stuck throttle, but Clinton Jeffrey's on the scene. I'm sure he'll have a word with JR.
He said he wasn't sure what happened. He'll take the hood off here and take a look at it. Adam will wait to get in with J.R. Fitzpatrick. He said not sure what happened. Pretty wild collision here with the outside fence in turns 1 and 2.
So when you hang up a throttle with a stuck throttle, you usually hit the 1 right at the entrance of turn 1, like before the wall even turns or right around where the yellow light is in turn 1. Where JR hit, you're well into the corner by then, so the car actually made the turn in. And then either a tie rod let go.
Jared, what do you know about the situation here? What happened, man?
I just looked quick. It looked like the left front lower broke. That's racing, man. We had a dominant car again. We were definitely going to have a good points night and have a good year here, but this hurts. I didn't hit that hard, but it's definitely left front lower. It looked like it broke. Unreal. I've never had anything that happen before, but thanks to my whole team, we definitely had a dominant car. We had a good race going here. It's just extremely unfortunate, but I'm all right. We'll see if we can fix it.
JR, you have impeccable maintenance on these cars. I mean, you're pulling them apart till 2 a.m. last night. What, just a parts failure, you figure?
I'm not sure. I'll definitely look. So those who follow me on social media I'll post something about it, but it looks like it broke, like the lower itself. So I can only inspect steel so much, buddy.
Well, you're fast. You had a 15-car length lead. That's got to super suck, man.
Yeah, it sucks. But hi to my family in Newfoundland. Hi to my girls at home. We had a great car. Thanks for all you guys sticking around. That's just racing.
We appreciate the good attitude, JR. He'll go back and work on this one, guys. Horrible break for the leader here tonight.
Who'd have thought J.R. Fitzpatrick would become such a spokesperson for short track racing, like the model citizen of short track racers? And I think the fact that he has won so many races probably takes the edge off a little bit. And knowing that he was so damn fast, Jake.
Oh yeah, I mean he had him covered this afternoon, and I think Adam, the older you get, the less you take stuff for granted, right? Just the being here portion of it. And he was competitive here all day today. Had the field covered. tough way to lose it, but a couple happy guys behind him now.
I could see us having a first-time winner here. And you may say to yourself, how? Shea Gemmel and Jake Sheridan are up in front, and they've won before. If it was only one of them up in front, I would think they're likely to win. But the fact that there's two of them, they are both extremely hungry. And they're both fierce competitors. I think that lends itself to Blair Wickett, Rick Burbridge, Junior Farley coming through here with a miracle.
So the only guy you got in the top 10 that's won a race this year is Sheridan.
Wild. Clinton, what are you thinking?
Well, Shea Gammel's had an absolutely pitiful season, guys. We've seen him have trouble here. You know he's going to do everything he can to keep that 3 out front. So I think the patience is going to have to ride with Jake Sheridan here if we're going to have a clean finish.
I could see Junior Farley restarting second. I don't know if Jake Sheridan wants to restart on the outside of that 3. And I don't know if...
Well, I will tell you this. The 3 and the 52 were going at it for 10 laps. Juice cones out.
Here we go.
They were going at it for 10 laps and didn't swap any paint. These two have raced together for a long time. Junior Farley from 5th to the outside of the front row. Joe Lawrence goes with him.
I know these drivers. Blair Wickett doesn't want to blow it. Like, he'll keep the inside thinking, hey, that's safe. Rick Burbridge, that car doesn't have a mark on it. He wants to finish without a mark on that race car. But Junior Farley has something to prove.
You know what's been going through my mind? It wasn't too many restarts ago when that 3 car just fell on its face. And I'm not so sure I want to be in the 52 behind it on this restart.
Yeah, good point. He did not launch whatsoever on that one restart. So Junior Farley, he's a little irritable. He's been out of the car twice so far.
And half an hour ago, did you really think Joe Lawrence was going to lead here, the point leader?
Nope. Folks, 10 laps is the distance. Shea Gemmel on the inside. Junior Farley on the outside. We head him back to the green.
They bang down into one, leaning on each other. Gemmel on the bottom, Farley up top. What's Sheridan going to do? Gemmel will take the lead. He'll seize it down into turn 3. Now Sheridan's got his hands full. He's got Junior Farley on his right side.
Farley knows how to run the outside groove here. Blair Wickett trying to tuck up behind the 52 as close as he can. Junior Farley will be playing a little offense, a little defense here in that 72 machine out in front. Shea Gemmel by a car length and a half over Sheridan.
I thought Farley was going to have his chance when Wickett spun the tires off turn 2, but Wickett able to gain traction, and now Farley closing the door on Joe Lawrence, but Lawrence is there. Race for 4th now down the backstretch.
Side by side, they battle for 4th. Junior Farley trying to hang on. Lawrence lets the car come up just a little bit. It might have been Junior pinching him down that caused him to go up the racetrack. Farley continues to drop back. Josh Stoddy to the inside. Rick Burbridge right behind him.
Hey, this may not work out for Junior Farley, but I love him for giving it a whirl.
Absolutely.
He's fighting with Burbridge right now. That's back in about 6th spot. And meanwhile, out of turn 2 goes your leader. There you see Burbridge side by side with Farley. Della Riva in the mix as well, but Junior Farley took a stab at it.
5 laps to go for Shea Gemmel in that 3 machine. He's opened some gap over the 52 with Jake Sheridan. Blair Wickett hanging on to 3rd, trying to close that gap.
Lawrence sits 4th, Stoddy 5th. Pretty much status quo for those two drivers. If anybody's going to make a challenge for a spot here late, it's Blair Wickett on 2nd place. Now we got a challenge deep in the pack. DiVincenzo, contact between him and Junior Farley, racing back for about 8th spot.
Our 2 front row starters back there duking it out. I think DiVincenzo has a flat right front. I believe he's cut down the right front. He could have rolled to a stop there, but what a sportsmanlike thing to do. He keeps the car running.
Yeah, he's going to go pit side. 2 to go at the line this time by Shea Gemmel. He's been victorious at Delaware. He's got his first career win all the way back in 2019 at Sabo Speedway. Looking to make it career win number 3. White flag in the air for the Dorchester driver.
Gemmel brings it down the front straightaway. He maintains that 3-car length advantage over Jake Sheridan. The brake rotors glowing on the front of that 52.
Through 3 and 4 for the final time. The 3 of Shea Gemmel. It's been a year since he's been to Victory Lane. We've had 5 races and 5 faces picking up checkered flags. Shea Gamble becomes our 5th different winner in race number 5 of the APC United Late Model Series presented by Castrol here at the London Recreational 100 at Flamboro Speedway.
Jake Sheridan going to bring it home second in the 52, third with a career best finish in the APC Series. Blair Wickett finishes third, Joe Lawrence fourth, Josh Stoddy rounds out your top 5. 6th through 10th, the 2 of Rick Burbridge, the 74 of Eric Della Riva, Junior Farley in the 72, the 94 of Corey Luciano, and the 54 of Danny Benedict. Chase Pinsino finished 11th. The last car running on the lead lap. Tyler DiVincenzo has scored 3 laps down, but maybe the transponder fell off that 97 machine. But he scored in the 12th position. And then it's J.R. Fitzpatrick 13th, Kyle Steckley 14th, Tom Gibbons 15th. Of course, those drivers not making it to the end. And Shea Gemmel with the Polish victory lap will make his way down to VP Fuels Victory Lane, where Clinton Jeffrey will conduct the TrueNorth.bet winners interviews with our top 3. Boy, that race had some twists and turns. Everything a short track race can offer as Gemmel makes the right turn down towards VP Fuels Victory Lane, where Clinton Jeffrey is standing by.
Thanks a lot, Adam. He pulls this number 3 Canusa APC car into Victory Lane. Shea Gemmel pumped up here in the cockpit and the crew in to congratulate him here. And we talked about what a season it's been for Shea, not the one he wanted, but it has maybe started to turn around tonight.
Flamboro Speedway is not often a track an outsider comes to turn their season around.
Crew in here, you'll get the Hans device off and climb out here into APC Series VP Fuel Victory Lane. And we'll get ready with our TrueNorth.bet Victory Lane interview as Shea Gemmel puts on the hat and gets ready to climb out of this beautiful number 3. How about it, Flamboro Speedway? He'll get a cold drink and make his way out for you. Here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, Shea Gemmel wins the London Recreational Racing 100 here tonight at Flamboro Speedway. Jay, you get it done. Gonna post for the photographers first. Shea, what a drive here. You know, no secret you haven't had a season that you expected to start with, but this is a heck of a rebound to start the second half.
We really needed this. The boys brought a really good car today. We worked on it pretty hard in practice and qualifying. We had our best qualifying session, I think, of like a 6, which is great. And they started the race there and got tight. And JR, he had a good car. He was gone. He's obviously got a lot of wraps on his place, but so do I. And you just kind of know when you got to save, and you just kind of have to pick where your race will come to you, right? And we battled there for third up to second, and we were cruising, and then unfortunate for his, but we'll jump on that. You can't get those ones all the time, but no, I have to thank Mike Schmidt, London Rec Racing. They do so much for this racing and the support. He puts on this event. He supports this event. He's one hell of a guy, and I'm glad that he's around. I also got to thank APC Canusa, Miami Muscle, Raycon Chevrolet, my buddy Steve. He was there. I was there. I did stuff that I didn't know what I could do, but you know what? He still texts me today, and he still wished me good luck. So that one's for you, buddy. Yes.
Great job, Shea. Congrats.
Thank you.
Shea Gemmel gets it done. And here's Mike in here. Mike, what a great run now. Can you be happy how the London Recreational 100 came together?
Yeah, of course, I'd like to see my own car do a little bit better. We had some bad luck. Something broke at the back end, but that's racing. But what a race, what a finish, and just very happy for these guys. I watched these guys, the 3-car work all day on their car, and it paid off. It was a great event.
Thanks for all you do, Mike.
Thanks.
Give me 1 second, Adam. We'll get over here with Jake Sheridan.
Yeah,
he was referring to Steve McCarr, friend who raced at Delaware. Him and Che are good buddies. So, Steve, I hope you're watching. I hope you're doing better, buddy. We are thinking of you.
Absolutely true. And Clinton is caught up with Jake Sheridan. Second place finish tonight. Not too shabby.
You know, Jake, some nights you want to win, but some nights a second is what you need to do to maybe grab this championship after a win. You know, tell us about your night. Kind of up and down, but still to rebound here second. That's a good finish.
Absolutely, man. I'm happy with the second at Flamboro. This place hasn't always treated us really good. We used to be really, really quick here, and we've been struggling the last couple of years. So, yeah, I guess, it's pretty early to think about point stuff. We just showed tonight anything can happen. So that's really too bad. I feel really bad for the 84 car. He deserved that win, and it's really unfortunate the way it played out here. So, I'm happy with the podium. Our car really fell off there after we come back out from that break, and it's too bad to see what happened there. But I guess that's just Flamboro in a nutshell for you. Guys worked really, really hard today. We showed up. We unloaded here really not very good. We made wholesale changes here before qualifying. Didn't know how it was going to work out, and made some really good ground early. So really proud of all these guys, and Pride Seeds, Cameron Crane, Vibrant Farms, and Reynolds Trucking here. Reynolds Harvesting has been a big help. So good day all in all.
Second place, Jake Sheridan. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Third place finisher Blair Wickett is basically the poster child for misfortune, for bad luck at a racetrack. He didn't make it to the green flag. He didn't make it to the pace lap the last race at Delaware Speedway, Jamie.
I don't think there's any of those fellow competitors down there who are upset because Blair Wickett's on the podium here tonight.
He's with Clinton Jeffrey right now.
Blair, you heard what they had to say. Safe to say, you've had some horrible luck, but this has got to make you smile on a Sunday night.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually kind of tired of hearing Adam say all the bad luck.
But what a rebound for you. You stayed in this game. You got a lot of laps here. It worked out for you. This is obviously what you've been working for all year.
To be honest, in practice, if you told me I was going to be here in third, I would have gone home because our car was complete junk in practice. We threw the whole kitchen sink at it before qualifying, and it came around during the race. But I think hitting the wall coming out of 2 made it better.
If that can happen. There you have it. Blair Wickett will be third, guys. Jake and our tonight.
I think what Clinton was trying to say was...
Thanks.
Blair
Hey, let
Wickett.
me try that again.
There
Blair
you go.
Wickett third, Jake Sheridan second, and our winner tonight, Shea Gamble, gets it done. That'll do it from Victory Lane down here, guys.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you hung in here for the end, you witnessed a heck of a show, Jamie. Unofficial point standings.
I did crunch the numbers, so you don't have to, Adam. I still got Joe Lawrence as your point leader unofficially by 1 point over Jake Sheridan. Danny Benedict 7 points back. Then a tie for fourth, 13 points back between J.R. Fitzpatrick and Kyle Steckley. Shea Gamble might have put himself back in this championship contention, only 22 back now.
There's a lot of season left to go. It's been an awful lot of fun. To those of you who stuck it out and were able to make it here to the end of this one, you witnessed a heck of a finish to a great race.
It had everything. It had a rain delay of a day, a 20-minute rain delay. We saw Junior Farley parked on the hood of Kyle Steckley's car. Junior Farley comes back to have a solid finish. We saw some fabulous racing. We saw finally our first caution in the Quick Wick Superstock Series history here at Flamboro Speedway. That was a dynamite race as well. Another great show, and we'll see you at Zabel.
And with that, we say goodbye to Flamboro Speedway for 2023. Next stop is the beach. On behalf of Jamie Maudsley, Kevin Small, Clinton Jeffrey, I'm Adam Ross saying so long from G-Force TV, and thanks for coming out to the races.
Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.